liberty, and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And before we approve the agenda, I just wanted to say a few quick words of thank you and gratitude for last night. I'd like to thank everyone who showed up last night for the special meeting. Several people came up to me during or after the meeting. We're so pleased at the tone and the behavior of the meeting. It's been a group effort and a huge learning opportunity. So I want to thank my 4 council members. We've all worked long and hard on that issue, and we've learned a lot. I'd like to thank the staff for allowing the meeting to happen, making everything so nice. I'd like to thank Chief Newman. Thank you so much for riding this wave with us. And you're amazing, so flexible, thoughtful, and present. To our city attorney, who's always there ready to advise. And to our new city manager. It's no coincidence that things are running smoother since you started. And as a team, we are constantly refining what we do. So leadership truly is collaboration. It's easy to criticize the council meetings for being toxic and use that excuse not to show up. We need people to show up, to listen, and to model civility and respect. Last night, for the most part, was a great example of civil discourse on a very challenging topic. People really listened, and there was very little attacking, finger pointing, or side comments. That changed everything. This is what we need here and everywhere. This is the daily practice of peace. So let's be a beacon of peace and focus on policy and not personality. This is the Ojai that we all want. And so let's be the change. Thank you for listening. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
No, you go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I'll move to approve it.
Second? I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, wonderful. And we have a brief introduction from our Assistant City Manager, Carl Alameda. We're very excited to have a new management analyst named Will. So thank you, Will, for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm happy to introduce our new management analyst that recently started for us in the city manager's office, Will Petner. So Will actually comes to us from north of the border. He worked in Canada for the Ontario Public Service Department for a few years. Prior to going back home to Canada for a short stint, he worked in a couple cities in California. So we are his third city agency. He previously worked for the city of Pasadena as a management analyst in their public health department during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, where he led a team of over 50 disaster service workers setting up vaccination clinics throughout the city of Pasadena. Prior to that, he worked for the city of Lackawanna Flintridge in their public works department, leading their budget development efforts, grants, and also implemented a public asset inventory, which was a first for the agency using their GIS system. He is an alumni where he got his MPA from the University of Southern California and his undergrad degree from the University of Mary, North Dakota, where he also was a star baseball player and attended on a baseball scholarship. So we welcome Will to the team, and we're excited to work with him. He's going to be leading a lot of our budget development efforts and some special projects like the EFR grant for the encampment.
Wonderful. Thank you, Carl. And welcome, Will. And yeah, let's give Will. What position did you play? We have to ask. Nice. Okay. All right. Well, we will move on to presentations. We have a progress report on the formation and activity of the Mayor's Youth Council. And I would just like to have a big thank you to co-chairs Chris Engel, Kathy Hodgkiss, and Peggy Grunert for coordinating. I'm really, really grateful for you. And we're lucky to have you. Thank you. And I'm also grateful to Air Pizza owner Terry Karabatas for hosting us. He opens Air Pizza on his night off and makes everybody pizza, which is really, really generous. And also to the students for showing up. So thank you all for being here. Very excited and grateful for your attendance. And we can't wait to hear what you have to say. It's been super rewarding and you are truly inspiring. So we have a presentation from 3 of the members of the Mayor's Youth Council, Alma, Scout, and Avery. Come on up and welcome. You talked to us.
That's a very good question.
Good question, but please speak into the microphone.
Okay.
And they can see you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, I'm Scout Mortensen. I'm a junior at Ojai Valley School, and I've been working with our mayor's youth council periodically once a month. We've been brainstorming in small groups to find possible solutions for the issues that mean the most to us in our community. We have 27 people from each of 6 schools: Besant Hill, Nordhoff, Ojai Valley School, Oak Grove, Thatcher, and Villanova, who come together in hopes of having our voices heard. I personally am interested in homelessness because I grew up in Seattle, so it's really difficult for me to go back to where I'm from and see that this issue is growing. It's becoming a concern now in our own community. My small group has been coming up with solutions for this issue in Ojai, and you'll hear about that later. We're all very lucky for you guys to be here and be hearing us, and thank you so much. And this is Avery.
Hello, my city council. My name is Avery and I am a day student at Thatcher. The Mayor Youth Council has been so much fun. I love spending time getting to know and connecting with the other like-minded high school students from around the valley who are just as passionate about building sustainable and just communities as I am. Once every month, we consider how as local high school students we can make our town and the world a better place. We have also been fortunate enough to learn from several incredible guest speakers at our meetings, including Council Member Rachel Lang, Jane Walter from the Help of Ojai, Jacob Shaw from PETA, who I believe you'll be hearing from later this evening, Michelle Elston on greenhouse gas emissions, Abra Stewart from Climate Replacing Oil and Gas, and Ray Powers of Ojai City of Peace. We also routinely hear profound insights from Terry, the owner of Air Pizza, who offers his words of wisdom in between rolling out each pizza dough for the group. Beyond the fantastic food and welcoming environment, I am so grateful for this experience to learn from my peers and experts. I cannot wait for our next meeting and hearing more brilliant creative solutions to the problems that plague Ojai and our world. And this is Alma.
Oh, okay. Hello, my name is Amo Kibo, and I'm a junior at the Thatcher School. Being a part of the Mayor's Youth Council has been a phenomenal experience so far as members connect with like-minded high school students and share different perspectives on how to impact our community and beyond positively. We have had the opportunity to meet and listen to great speakers like Andrew Jelani, an education advocate for refugees and immigrants. He highlighted the importance of connecting and unifying youth voices, which aligns with the goal of the Mayor's Youth Council. My voice and opinions are heard and amplified. I can talk to the Ojai Council and advocate for positive change from the youth perspective. I look forward to more incredible opportunities and insightful conversations. So if you're a high school student interested in participating in change and working with our local government and peers to strengthen different movements, please join the Ojai Youth Council. Additionally, I look forward to listening to some of our peers' speeches today in the general public section. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alma, Scout, and Avery. Beautiful. All right, we will move on to public communication. And so we'll begin with Barbie Kafka.
Yeah. Okay, good evening. I'm Bobby Kafka, and I hope you will all understand me when I'm speaking. Don't raise your hand because I want to know that you understand me. Okay, I am here to talk about the unhoused, and I think it's a very important thing to talk about. So I want to make some suggestions. I think that for our community, it would be a brilliant idea to have a shower, washer, and dryer installed at these buildings at the parking lot to provide the services for the unhoused. there are people here who are senior citizens who have problems working. Mm. There would be love within the community. The office room ought to be open on the weekend and for holiday. There is a woman who has health issues, and she is willing to have a spare key to wash the coffee room over the weekend and for holidays. We would be able to have our meal at the room. This would be so helpful. It is necessary. I noticed that in one of the buildings here, there is a dining room and a kitchen. We ought to use that room. There would be more space. It would help having the kitchen to make our meal. The food can be put into the cabinets. Although I noticed I just want to see improvement in the community. Outside, there is a real problem with smoking close to the coffee room. It's really a lot of secondhand smoking, so I'm a kind of concerned. Needed to do something to get rid of the secondhand smoking. Too close to the coffee room door when it's open. And I was thinking it would be a good idea to move it back, past that beautiful patio and have nice chairs for them to sit there so they're sitting further away from the coffee room. So I hope
Microphone, please. There's a button on the base that will turn on a light.
So I think it would be a good idea that we do that. I hope that we can do this, that the council will compose that. But I pray that we can have the woman like willing to help out, got the spare key, so we can have the coffee room open on the weekend and on the holiday. It would be much better. It really helps us. So I think it's a good idea to have the coffee room open. So that's what I'm asking, and I hope it will work out. Okay. I'm not finished. There are more ideas I want to help out. I would love on housing, but also for Ojai to have some changes, a lot of more things like the key. Like about deaf children, not deaf children, hearing children, to learn sign. I will get into that later. But today I just wanted to start out more at the other house. And I think it's a good idea to right here, the community to be more of a fee for the community, but it would help us to have proper working. I think it's a good idea to do it here. I think there would be more gatherings here instead of far out. So why don't we have it in here? And I hope that we can talk more about that. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbie. Yes, Barbie. Oh, well. Okay. Barbie.
Yes. Yeah, you can start it.
Okay. I just want to thank Barbie for your written comment. And I will ask the city clerk to be sure to forward it to Rick Rain and to make it a public comment. And also we can't discuss what your suggestions now, but we will be discussing all of this with the city manager and other staff. Thank you.
Have an awesome day.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbie. All right, next we have Rachel Hunt, then Akibbo, sorry, Ama, and I think it's Avery Lee. Yep.
Hi, I'm Rachel Hunt, and I'm here to basically just support the suggestions that Barbie made. Um, Recently, like for laundry, a lot of the members of the camp can't access the program that's Laundry Love, which is a wonderful program. But it's hard, like she says, because of disabilities, it's not accessible to them. So I've been coming here and picking up campers and laundry and taking it, and Laundry Love has been working with me, but it's becoming like even more burdensome. One option would be providing transportation on those days and working with Laundry Love to have like maybe like a van or something that helps transport them back. Otherwise, I agree with her that it seems like there'd be enough space to put something like that here. And also with regarding to the coffee room, having that open on the weekends, because like most currently with the last storm, I mean, no one had a way to heat up their food, to just kind of get out of the rain for a little bit and something more comfortable. Like she said, she mentioned the woman with health issues. She has volunteered to help hold the key. I know her. I would trust that she would be responsible to do that. She's been a longtime member of Ojai community. Her children live in the town, but unfortunately can't have her live there. But it would really be a huge benefit to her. And then lastly, like she mentioned, the cigarette butts. So, you know, no offense to cigarette smokers, everybody makes those choices, but it shouldn't be affecting other people's health. And also to just the overall morale, it kind of sets a bad tone. And so we know we have the campers that smoke. I've encouraged them to go off property, but it's kind of hard to encourage them when we have staff members smoking right there continually, right in front of the elderly people. And so we have staff members involved in this project that are doing that. Maybe they could be encouraged, everybody could be encouraged to go off site to go smoke cigarettes. So I think that's all for today, and anything I can help with to meet their needs, you can reach out to me or whatever, however that works, because I love to support them. I consider them my friends and family. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. All right, next we have Ama, then Avery, and then Carlos.
Hello. I am a 16-year-old and I worry about not having enough water. I grew up in Nigeria with these same concerns and I never thought that these would be the same fears I'll have here. Climate change does not discriminate. It affects us all: rich, poor, brown, white, straight, gay, old, and young. My name is Amo Kibo, and I'm a junior at the Thatcher School, and I'm a part of the Mayor's Youth Council. I want to inform this audience about California's rising drought and water scarcity concerns. Ojai might lose its essential resources if nothing drastic is done. Currently, 4 billion people, almost 2/3 of the world's population, are affected by water scarcity daily. In these water-deprived areas, there's an increase in the destruction of wildlife, increased poverty, higher likelihood of diseases, economic decline, and many other atrocities that come from water scarcity. Ojai has already experienced water scarcity as its residents had to live with the mandatory water conservation plan. But recently, Ojai has been blessed with so much rainfall, some may argue that we are drowning from all the rainfall. Lake Casitas is now 72% full, and Ojai has never looked greener or blossomed this well. So my speech today raises a cautionary alarm. While many countries bear the costs and pains of water scarcity, its effects may be worse in Ojai for several reasons. California serves its direct districts from groundwater. However, years of unregulated pumping means California's groundwater is running out. Additionally, California is highly flammable and surrounded by invasive species. With low rainfall rates, the state could become a dried up desert. Ojai should take these unusual water abundance seriously. The city should proactively promote environmental sustainability, ensure economic stability, and build a resilient community. The Ojai Council should seek to manage demand by advocating for effective household water usage. Ojai schools should continue to create programs to teach the students about the risks of water scarcity and the importance of saving water. For instance, the county could have a Save Water Week during which it was share a lot of information about water usage effectively in homes. These are all temporary solutions to reduce the demand for water. Ojai is one of the most beautiful places on earth. We cannot afford to lose this beauty to draw on the possibility of water scarcity. We can start today to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. And just a reminder to everyone, well, we cannot discuss these. We can agendize these items for future, and we really appreciate your comment. So thank you. Noted. Okay, next we have Avery, then Carlos, and then Suki Zhang.
Hello. I came here to talk about the homeless issue as well, like Barbie, but as I heard from the two speakers before me, I'm not nearly as well informed about this issue as they are. And I just know that in our youth council meetings, we've been discussing this issue and possible solutions. And I just come here to say that I think it should be a topic of discussion for the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Avery. Next we have Carlos, then Suki, and then Jolie, I think. Maybe.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Carlos Ochoa. I'm in 11th grade. I attend the Thatcher School and I'm a member of the Ojai Mayor Youth Council. The problem I am addressing today is the current need for a formal right to housing policy to be developed by the city of Ojai. Currently, there are around 30 homeless individuals living outside of City Hall who require and need guaranteed proper access to housing and funding for but this is only a small fraction of citizens without housing security. There are more living in poverty throughout the city of Ojai. Homelessness is a problem that is faced all over the world. Homeless citizens cannot afford housing, nor can they even find opportunities for employment because whenever they apply to jobs, they need to have a required quote unquote home address in their application. I have witnessed a lot of homelessness before, being an individual who was grown and raised in the city of Chicago, which has hundreds to thousands of homeless. My goal is to improve the state of Ojai and deliver recommendations that can combat this issue. As a result, there are multiple actions that could be taken to decrease homelessness in Ojai. My proposal for you is to explore many options, including construction of a new residential building, not only to blend into the traditional or popular architectural styles of Ojai, but also to mainly supply homeless people with shelter and care. If this project ever becomes unpopular, we could always plan to sell or repurpose the building and donate those funds toward the unhoused. Please take time to consider this proposal. I also advocate for installing more tents, which, whenever needed, for the unhoused individuals who desperately need housing and warmth. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals ranks poverty at the top of their list. Assisting our own local unhoused population will get Ojai one step closer to achieving this objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. And we appreciate your applause. If you could hold those though, and just give appreciation. Thank you. Suki, and then I think it's Jolie. Did I say that wrong? I'm sorry. And then Leanna.
Good evening. I am a boarding student at Besson Hill School and a member of the Mayor's Youth Council. I wanted to share my opinions and views on an issue here present in Ojai. I will be touching on the topic of glue traps today and my own opinions on why the council should consider banning the distribution and use of glue traps. Glue traps have long been regarded.
Suki, I'm really sorry. That's an agenda. That's on the agenda later this evening. And this is general public comment. No worries. Do you want to make a general public comment or do you want to save it for later? I know you have to get back for exams.
I think, I don't have any comments.
Okay.
Sorry
Well,
about that.
Can we make an exception?
Um,
Just go back to school.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay, but we'll talk about that next meeting and we'll fill you in.
And Mayor, she of
Yeah.
course could, sorry to interrupt, she could submit some written comments which
yeah.
the council could read.
Yeah, Suki, you can always send us a letter. So if you want to take your comment and send it in, then we can all read it. That would be we would appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, Jolie, so I can't, did I read it wrong? Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julina Dupree, and I'm from Berlin, Germany. I'm a sophomore at Pleasant Hill School, and I'm part of Mayor's Youth Council. Thank you for inviting us to speak on an issue of utmost importance, the unaddressed threat of water scarcity in our beloved city, Ojai. We are facing a future where water, our most precious resource, could become a rare commodity. It's a future that seems unimaginable, yet is a real possibility if we do not act now. California is no stranger to a drought, yet it is a recurring feature of our climate. Los Angeles, Orange County, San Diego, and San Francisco Bay Area already have a shortage in water, so we can't afford for Ojai to be next. Ojai is a place in which people live in nature and on indigenous land. All of the native plants and animals need to be in a good climate to live and succeed. If our community goes through with water scarcity, it will threaten our ecosystem. We must start taking steps towards sustainable water use. We can do this by implementing water conservation measures, investing in rainwater harvesting, green soil planting, and promoting education about water scarcity. More specific, so, measures that we can take are installing gray water recycling systems in city buildings to reduce water extractions from Lake Casitas. On average, a gray water system can save about 2,600 gallons of water per year. This would be a step in the right direction and could inspire homeowners to do the same. Additionally, if not done so already, drip irrigation systems can be installed on public lands. This would prevent much water loss by reducing evaporation and runoff. The installation of these systems is also very easy in making this realistic plan. Every drop of water we save today is an investment in our future. Let's work together to ensure that the future generations of Ojai residents will have access to clean, safe, and abundant water. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jolie. Next we have Leanna McNally, and then Alula Alderson, and then Leon.
Hi, my name's Leanna McNeely, and I live in the house adjacent to the City Hall parking lot. First of all, I need to go off topic and just say these kids are amazing. I'm so impressed with them. I have a few comments regarding the encampment behind City Hall. In early December, a census and survey was taken of those in the encampment to determine the numbers and the most critical needs of the population. At that time, there were 26 people camped behind City Hall, and the campus was theoretically closed to new campers with a sign posted to that effect. Shortly after the closure, several more homeless relocated to the City Hall encampment, bringing the number to 32. Early this month, the city erected 8 wilderness tents with plans for 4 more as a temporary measure to shield the most vulnerable of the homeless. As soon as these tents were occupied, at least 2 more men previously residing in Rotary Park have joined the encampment. Over the weekend, new campers surfaced at Clough Park. In January, the city applied for a grant to put 18 to 20 permanent tiny homes on the Kent Hall lot. The 10 to 20 people included in the census but not moved into the tiny homes will be housed at motels until they are able to make the move to more permanent housing. The grant proposes 8 more people will require services before the end of the grant period. That number as of this week is already close to being met 2 years before the end of the grant period. That plan has several other identifiable issues. It will cost the city, by a conservative estimate, over $27,000 a month for motels for the first 10 people served. It will cost the city an additional $22,000 a month conservatively for shelter for the already 8 accounted for in the grant. That is almost $50,000 a month. The grant application states that the city is working with the county for permanent placement. I don't know that there is permanent placement in the city of Ojai, and the city hasn't shared where that magical placement will be. There are nights when there are people sleeping in cars, 4 or more cars on many nights. There's always at least one in the lot next to my home, 10 feet from my house. Lower Libby lot has a handful of campers every single night. It's obvious that the need is much greater than the proposed solution. Chasing grant money is a recipe for creating a patchwork of inadequate solutions that will ultimately cost the city more in maintenance and be less effective. And because the current plan does not address even today's needs, it will result in a growing encampment behind City Hall for the foreseeable future. I challenge the city to have a greater vision. Adopt a more realistic plan for housing this vulnerable population, one that would shelter those currently in need of housing, one that could grow to meet the inevitable growing demand.
Thank you, Leanna. We've got to keep moving. I'm sorry. Next we have Alula, and then Leon, and then David Chapman.
Hello, my name is Alula Alderson, and I'm a senior at Ojai Valley School. For the past few months, I have had the opportunity of being part of the Mayor's Youth Council. It has allowed me to learn about local government and the various ways I can contribute to affecting change in my community. Today, I would like to talk to you about e-bike safety in the Ojai Valley. Several months ago, my best friend was riding her e-bike when she was hit by a car and broke her leg. Since the accident, she has undergone 3 surgeries and is yet to fully recover. I have seen her endure intense physical pain, but equally as agonizing emotional pain, as dance is one of her greatest passions. Countless teenagers in Ojai ride e-bikes to get around. It's easy, efficient, and eco-friendly. However, when used unsafely, I've seen firsthand the harm that can result. You don't need a license, registration, or insurance to ride an e-bike. However, there are certain rules to abide by. In California, the operator of a Class 3 bicycle, which reaches 28 miles per hour, must be at least 16 years old, must wear a helmet, and must not transport passengers. I frequently see e-bike riders in Ojai disregarding these laws, and it concerns me greatly. I urge the City Council to consider ways e-bike safety might be improved in our valley. The local police department could take a more active approach toward enforcing the aforementioned state laws. Alongside this, a fine could be introduced and signs posted throughout downtown Ojai. Another idea would be to host e-bike safety educational workshops. On behalf of Ojai's youth, I urge the council to address the pressing issue that is e-bike safety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alula. Next we have Leon, then David Chapman, and then Carol Wade.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Leon Naran. I didn't write anything down because I'm going to speak from the heart. I'm going to speak for the low-income people, the real locals here of Ojai. I was going to speak about the new bike path that's being built in Oakview. I know you guys probably don't have much control of that, or maybe you do. I don't know. But the local people, the people that live here and they're living paycheck to paycheck, people that can't find jobs here in Ojai because there's so little job opportunities here, have to travel down to Ventura and spend gas money to go to work. These people work and keep working and living paycheck to paycheck and having to go to Vaughn's, having to go to other places just so they can shop when they can be perfectly fine shopping here. But you're supporting the Ojai Valley and tourists and the LA people that come here to have an Ojai fun weekend so they could go get drunk at Tres Hermanas and the Ojai pub. You are putting the interests of tourists first over the local people. And I'll move on from that. When these kids talk about the homelessness and all that, I could bet you money that none of these kids actually talk to any of those people over there individually in a human to human level. Well, I have sat and drank and smoked with these people over at the arcade before you banned them. And I just saw how they're living here. Why are you giving these people houses and taxpayer money? These people put themselves in that situation. You are encouraging and enabling these individuals and to just keep doing drugs and all that and drinking. I know one person here, two people here specifically that are alcoholics and they drink all the time, and I've drank with them. And I have actually helped these people. I have invited one of them to my home, an individual who died last year named Jeff Gore, who lived here in Ojai, who used to have a house here in Ojai, but then became homeless. I invited over to my house. I let him shower. I gave him food. I gave him shelter, and I helped him. You don't save the world by helping a whole group of people and stupid shit or stupid S, my bad. You help the world by helping one man at a time and showing that man kindness or woman and showing them kindness. So then they know that there's not so much evil and disingenuousness in the world. Show them that there is kindness in the world and they will hopefully show kindness back. This is disgusting. Your non-existent leadership. The men here not being men. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. Next we have David Chapman, then Carol Wade, and then Bill Hack.
Hello, Council. David Chapman. Tonight I want to talk to you some more about the homeless encampment here at City Hall. The lower areas of the encampment, based on our observations, are still a mess with bags of trash everywhere, even though trash bins have been provided by the city. We have observed that the new wilderness tents have belongings stacked outside the tents, even though the storage huts have been provided by the city. As the previous speaker, Leanna, had noted, we see that the camp is expanding. We know 2 new occupants have arrived and possibly a third, the naked guy from the Clough Vista Park that was reported on next door. Looking at the park this morning, that person has moved on and is likely moved down to the camp. These additions indicate that the city is not going to or has the capability to manage the number of occupants as even more move in. On the sanitation side, one of my neighbors found a dead rat outside their house the other day. The rat issue is still an issue for local residents in the surrounding neighborhoods. It is clear from those of us who have seen homeless encampments insidiously grow over time that developing a strategic approach needs to be developed by the city. The homeless issue, as you all know, is complex. Our city administration, I think, is out of their depth on this issue due to the complexity and the fact that it is new to Ojai. And I fear that the city will end up making a series of bad decisions, repeating the errors that other well-intended cities have made. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next we have Carol Wade and then Bill Hack.
Hello. Thank you very much for being here. I have a great deal of appreciation for all of you. It feels as though I've spent a lot of time here lately, and I have watched you as you listen and contemplate and work through many different issues, sometimes well, sometimes not as well, but you work hard as you try to do that. And I really want to acknowledge that and appreciate that. So I am coming specifically today to say thank you for this journey that we've been on concerning the Ceasefire Now resolution. Over a period of, I think, 4 months, we worked on this, or people came forward to talk about this from both sides. And I want to acknowledge that it was not an easy time for any of us, and to say that while it was a journey, and with any journey, we go up and down and up and down. It felt like there was a great deal of that from week to week and month to month. But I want to say that it was also very inspiring to watch as very disparate opinions came, and that you listened. Even though there was no way to find a middle ground necessarily, you listened, and you listened well as more and more people came forth. And I know that that was not an easy thing to do. I appreciate that. And I'm glad that it made me once again believe in democracy. I think that, I mean, obviously I vote, or maybe not so obviously, but there are things that I've been doing for a long time as a citizen of the United States and certainly a citizen of Ojai, sometimes it feels as though it's worthless to do those things. But when we work on a grassroots level, if not there, where, like it felt especially important to talk about an issue that is actually something that the whole world is facing, because we're all impacted by the conflict and the horror that's happening in Palestine. And I think that over this course of time, the fact that we could bring it to home, bring the realization that this does in fact impact us, was really meaningful for me. So I felt compelled to come this night to acknowledge you and to say thank you. You have kind of a Solomon job, and I don't think that I could do it, but I do so appreciate that you do. Thanks.
Thank you, Carol. Next we have Bill Hack.
Hi. 40 years plus, my wife and I started a practice with our young family, something that we called Thankfuls. And we're still doing it today. And a thankful is where we would often do it at dinner time, during dinner, or at the end of dinner. And we'd ask everyone at the table to go around and share something that they were thankful for. And one of the beauties of this, you could be having a terrible day and life just sucks. But when you stop and just think for a moment, well, what's something let me see if I can pull something out of my hat that I'm really thankful for. And we would do it. We'd always find something. And the sucky day would suddenly get better. It wasn't as bad. So this is something I want to kind of suggest the city council consider putting a ceremony like this into your practice. It's a great way to bring people together, and you share. Sometimes you're sharing your challenges and then how you have found solutions. But it can be very simple things. Like we had one of our kids one time, she just didn't feel like doing it that night, and she said, "I'm thankful for the color red." And it was as simple as that. So I'm here tonight, like Carol, to express my gratitude with the process that happened with the city council around the ceasefire. And I think that the ceasefire group basically got what we wanted, and I'm very grateful for that. But I'm grateful for the process that something like this is very contentious, and it's not easy to come to some kind of resolution. And I think that in the matter of like 4 months, that's what happened. We came to kind of a consensus and a resolution. And I was also very impressed that the decision that was made last night did not feel like it was a political decision. It felt like it came from a place of conscience, that after the preponderance of the information, I feel like the three of you that voted for it, you came to a point where I can accept this. I can vote for this in clear conscience. And I'm very thankful that process took place. Kind of what I'm expressing is back in the 70s during the peace movement, we had a saying called, "There is no way to peace, peace is the way." And that's what I think happened here. Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you, Bill. And we have one more, Robert Lockman.
Good evening. My name is Robert Loffman. I was born and raised here. All right. And I know this is a lot of everything that's going on is because of me. I'm going to tell you this because I'm a smart man. I just put a paper there and I'm going to put you on notice. Okay. Because Senate Bill 1380 for the California says housing is a fundamental right for all of us. Okay? United States Code, Section 18, Title 18, Section 241 is a deprivation of rights under color of law. Title 18, United States Code, Title 18, Section 242 is a conspiracy to deprive us of those rights. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to be mean. Follow the law. We're human. We have the same rights as you do. When you go to sleep at night, and you're in your warm bed, you get to go to the bathroom and have running water and electricity. We deserve those same rights. It's in the law. Look it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. City Clerk, are there any comments online?
Yes, Mayor. We do have one raised hand on Zoom. Brian Martinez Valdez. Brian, you have the opportunity to unmute and speak.
Hi. I hope you all can hear me. Dear council, my name is Marty Valdez and I'm a senior at the Thatcher School. I'm currently taking the Building Sustainables community class and along with Carlos and Avery, and we believe this council should focus on the right to housing. Throughout humanity, having a shelter has been a main priority for humans because it affects every aspect of our life. It affects our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. As of currently, 2023, from what I've researched, there are around 45 unhoused people in Ojai. That's almost as much people that are in this room or what I think are in this room right now. Now, I want us to imagine those 45 people here today. What would we tell them and how would we say we're helping them? What plans are in place? Now, I can imagine we're feeling some sort of way, whether somber from this information or empathetic or energetic in getting this work started. I myself live in Los Angeles with a gigantic unhoused population and walk by many unhoused people every day. Here in Ojai, we have the potential chance to be one of the first cities to eradicate this problem. And I propose that we do some research first, whether it be from the government or ourselves as a class and which ways we could help. My class has already done a little of this, and we hope to put this theory into practice. From there, we can start making moves to combat this problem. There are many solutions, too many in fact, such as housing first, rent caps, and tiny homes, just to name a few. However, as of now, there have been none to very little widespread action the government has taken to address this epidemic. Right now is the time for that, and we as a youth movement have so much power in helping our friends who are unhoused at this moment. We have many solutions, but I think the first step would be doing something the government does and doesn't really do anymore. And this means going to everyday people, to the masses, to the homeless population and talking to them and organizing with them. We cannot just be dealing with this problem without knowing their stories, hearing their opinions or input on what affects them directly. Once we do this, we can accurately find out how to fix this dire situation. I think from here, another solution is going off of what Carlos said, is setting up a governmental building with the right to housing and having an experiment with this project and having people live in it. I think we can show Ojai what we can do for the betterment of our community and be an example for the rest of California. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marty. That's it.
That's it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes public comment. We will move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve it. Is this where I pull an item?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I would like to pull, sorry.
Can we just give the kids a hand?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Wonderful.
I think it's item I, Councilmember.
Yes, I think you are correct. I would like to pull item I.
Item I. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, is there a motion to approve everything other than I?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Everything but I.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Rule?
Yes, so, I have. Thank you. So I have heard from a couple of constituents and, this makes perfect sense to me that, we carve out something like we did for rent stabilization. In other words, for people who live in their homes, who would like to go away for a month or two and rent their home out, either, for whatever reason, whether it's, traveling nurses or, it's that is the only way they can afford to take a vacation, whatever it is. In other words, if someone lives in their home, owns their home, I think that we should carve out an exception for them around the rental minimum being 3 months. I mean, the situation would be, I want to go away for a month or two, and I would like to rent out my house so that I actually can do that. We did it for rent stabilization. So I would like to propose that we also do it in this particular instance for owner occupied homes, who would like to go. We put in, and Matt wrote up some language for me so I can read it and see if it is acceptable to the council. It seems to me that otherwise we're being prohibitive around allowing people the right to do what they would like to do with their property to no real benefit to the city. So I will read it. And as mentioned, this is basically the same that we put in for the rent stabilization. So it would be added to section 4-2404. This prohibition does not.
Can we have a moment to find it? What did you say?
No, I'm reading it from something Matt sent me.
Oh, but do you want us to,
It's on page 5 of 7 of attachment A, the ordinance.
Thank you, Matt.
okay,
You're welcome.
page 5 of 7 and.
At the top.
Yeah. 4-24.04.
Okay, thank you.
And it would just simply carve out, it would say the prohibition also does not apply to rentals of residential real property for at least 1 month occupied by the landlord or their spouse, domestic partner, children, grandchildren, parents, or grandparents for at least 6 months before a fixed term tenancy of at least 1 month, and for which the landlord or their spouse, domestic partner, children, grandchildren, parents, or grandparents have a good faith intent to reoccupy the unit after the conclusion of tenancy as affirmed by the landlord in a written affidavit submitted to the city. And so Matt, if you would like to speak to that, or if the council has any questions, it basically is the same idea for, and I guess I am repeating myself, for owner occupied homes, people who would like to go away for a month and rent out their home. I can't see why they should not be allowed to do that. Or, I mean, it seems prohibitive to me to say that they're not allowed to do that. And I've heard from 3 constituents who, they do that. We're an older population, especially in my district. And, the ability to have some flexibility in working with potentially your only or your major asset that allows you to do things, go visit your kids, whatever it happens to be. So that is the addition that I would like to make. So I would now pass it to Matt and any questions that the council may have for him.
And through the mayor and council, the idea would be to allow rentals of at least a month. So this would not allow the shorter rentals. It's rentals of at least a month that would be by a property owner or related family member who would occupy the unit before and after it's in that window, a rental of at least a month, but of any fixed length. It wouldn't have to be the minimum 3 months that they could then rent it for, and that would be exempt from the rest of short rental prohibition. Right now, they can do that because the prohibition applies. It's a minimum 1 month rental. So if you rent it, say, for 2 months, that's okay. As you know, the ordinance is revised would require a minimum 3 month rentals in the default case. So if somebody wanted to rent a place for 2 months, that would not be possible, but for this exemption being added for the situation at issue. And the requirement for the landlord or their defined family members to have occupied the place at least 6 months in advance should serve to block investors or people just buying it. Enforcement is always a challenge, of course, but that's where the requirement for the affidavit is in place. If a complaint is received or concerns are received with the city in its enforcement process, notices a problem, we can go to the landlord and say, all right, Where's your affidavit? Where's your proof? And then put them in the enforcement process if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Any questions or comments from council? I'm sorry, no comments. Mayor Pro Tem? I'm sorry, you're gonna have to stay quiet. Thank you.
So mine is a comment, and actually I also was gonna poll I on another issue, but we'll address this one first. My comment is that before I became interested in this issue, I thought that this could be a good idea too. But the more I talked with people about it, the more I was convinced that it created enforcement issues that would make it extremely difficult to enforce, the core principle that we're trying to solve. And unfortunately, Ojai just really isn't very good at enforcing things. And so to create windows of non-enforcement is a problem.
Okay, any, remember to go through the mayor. Any other questions or concerns? Council member?
Can we tell him that if he can do a public comment card?
That's already happened. So,
Yes.
yes.
So he knows.
I'm sorry, sir. If you continue to talk, we're gonna have to ask you to leave. This is not time for public comment. Thank you. You can come back to the next meeting and fill out a card again and speak. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so I'm interested in considering this, because here's the truth. People are gonna do it anyway, but they're gonna do it. And people, I don't want people to feel like they're, how do I say this? The whole short-term rental thing only became a problem when it became so commercialized, okay? I've always, when I've had long leases, I've always been in a room, short-term, long-term, usually to friends. There's no issue, there were no issues, no problem. There are people in Ojai who've been doing short-term, long-term rentals, for the last 40 years. Neighbors don't notice it because it's not advertised on what's it called, an Airbnb site. You're talking about doing something that's not going to be advertised. There's, that we could make it so that it's not advertised. You can always, there are, within your, that is not going to be advertised, right? On an RV. Yeah. So that alone limits it, that you're more, and most people that are that are going to go on vacation, it's almost like you're getting a paid house sitter. They're good. You have the person that you're renting to is going to take care of your plants, pick up your mail, take care of your dog. That's going to go on whether we make it legal or not. Am I missing the point, or is this part of the picture?
Let's no crosstalk, please. Let's go through the mayor. Any other comments from council? Councilmember Lang?
Yeah, I think, so I really hear what you're saying, and I hear that this is going to happen anyway. And I mean, I hear all of those things, and I think if we express that there's any kind of leeway or there's any kind of opening or flexibility, I think it's something, and we know that there's not a lot of enforcement. I think it's a slippery slope. I think it could lead to a slippery slope. And this is something that I had not considered, so I would need to have some time to think about it. But I think the thing I'm concerned about is that in communities where short-term rentals are something that is allowed, I think it creates an opening that I don't know how we would enforce, and I also think that it would create a slippery slope.
It's my turn. I'm gonna agree with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Lang. I think it is a slippery slope, and I think we've had so many issues with enforcement in the past. We are looking at better ways to enforce, and that was what we talked about in the meeting. And I just think it opens up a can of worms. So I think that's where I'm feeling. We do have one public comment card that just came in, or two public council. Well, we're supposed to take
Oh,
public comment.
Can still
be-
go back to discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and do Larry Steingold and then Anita Cramp.
Larry Steingold, citizen voter and short-term rental interested. The idea to prevent them is not difficult. The willpower to actually really prohibit them and the amount of money invested and the personnel takes the effort. If you, in my past life, we used to have to game the real estates. The way to get things done, you have to sort of game it because everything law is a no. So we're trying to get the yes. If you leave an escape valve so that there are a few exceptions, you know, it's better to have somebody come into the city and say, look, I'm renting it to my uncle for a month. Okay, otherwise the penalty has to be exorbitant. And make it exorbitant, but you leave an exception where somebody is willing to come in for $10 and they go, look, I'm renting it to my uncle. Fine, I'm a homeowner. But if you do it, if you don't make the penalty high enough, everybody's going to try to beat the system. So you've got the 1,000, the 5,000, whatever, but you got to leave an escape system. Somebody's going to be able to rent my house. I want to go away for a month. But how do you do it easily? That's the problem. It just takes will and the money and the enforcement and the organization in the process. Either you got to prohibit it all the way and then let some air out. So.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Anita Cram.
Thank you. I think you're creating loopholes that, people are going to try to game the system no matter what. And the more opportunities you give them to do that, the more it will happen. So I would strongly stand in opposition to it because, I think the problem has gotten so difficult. We've talked about homelessness tonight in many avenues, and this is a big part of it, that our homes have been commoditized. It's a situation where, everybody, I've owned homes in other cities, other states. I never would have considered renting it out as a part to pay my mortgage. And I think that with home ownership, there comes a responsibility to the neighborhood and the community. And I don't think this is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. All right, we will return to, I'm sorry.
Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, let's extend the opportunity for public comment on this polled consent item 1I to our Zoom participants.
Thank you so much.
Zoom participants, we have a polled consent item 1I. We'll just give a brief moment for any of you to raise your hands. And we do have one raised hand from Teal Rowe, followed by Roseanne Bonavito. Teal Rowe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Weston. I'm with Anita, and I think that this is a really bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Teal.
Next, we have Roseanne. Roseanne, you have the opportunity to speak. Roseanne, please unmute if you would like. We'll give you one more chance. And no action, Mayor. We'll move on.
Thank you very much. All right, who would like to begin returning to discussion?
I could return to discussion. I find it concerning that we're assuming that it's a slippery slope, but in assuming that it's a slippery slope, or it could be a slippery slope, or it might be a slippery slope, or someone might game the system, we're taking away the right of a owner-occupied property to do what they will for a month or two with their property. Because we don't know how to enforce, or because someone, really think about it. Somebody wants to go away for a month and rent their home for a month. And we can talk about, well, they're they really want to run it for 4 months or 5 months. And, it's really not their uncle. But let's just say that first of all, I find it disturbing that we assume that we take a position that it is going to be gamed and it is going to be exploited. I don't believe that. The people that contacted me, that isn't the case. They're elderly, they're close to retirement, they'd like to take a month vacation, but they're not wealthy. I mean, at what point do we stop with these prohibitions to allow people to do what works for them and their life? So the city council is going to say, no, you actually can't rent out your house for a month. I find that authoritarian at the best. I mean, if there's 3 votes against it, there's 3 votes against it. But for goodness sakes, when do we stop with taking away people's control of their property and the life that they would like to lead? I don't see it. I really don't see it. But that having been said, it's a vote of the council.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes, I want to be clear on what we're talking about here. Okay, our city attorney crafted wonderful language allowing a 1-month rental if you could prove it was your domicile and you were not on vacation for a month. Okay, so I'm still interested to see if we can craft language. I mean, and I don't even know why the city has to be involved. I mean, if I'm going to go visit my relatives in Holland for a month, and I have a friend who, someone that's maybe already living in Ojai and they've just lost their house, I can say to them without causing any problem, nobody needs to know. I'll say, okay, I'm going to be gone for a month. Would you like to live in my house, for a few $100s while you're looking for another place? How can we possibly even consider making that illegal? There's so many examples, okay, or vice versa. I've got relatives, out of town friends all over the United States who'd love to come and live in Ojai for a month. Now, the month is illegal, but 3 months wouldn't be illegal. Is that correct?
Yeah,
The issue
as
is that it's a
proposed, it
month.
would be minimum 3 months unless the exemption allowed down to 1 month in specified cases.
So, I mean, this town is already becoming a rich person's town, very elitist, okay? You're making it, there are plenty of people who have 2 homes in Ojai. It's not an issue. They just leave it empty. That home doesn't do anybody any good, okay? The only good is that there's no, suitcases in and out of the house and strangers living in the neighborhood. But it's still there. I know people in Ojai who have, a guest house on their property and they're staunch. They've moved out of town, but they're staunch. They were adamant that we should not allow short-term rentals, but they saw nothing wrong with using their second house on their property to store their furniture. This is not a black and white issue to me. Okay, I think we need to think through the different scenarios, and maybe our city attorney can craft something. It should not be illegal for you to invite a friend, a relative, or have a referral. We used to have, yoga retreats here in Ojai, remember the yoga crib, and and with the music festival, people open up their homes all the time to both, you can't really call them strangers because they're kind of part of either the music festival community or yoga, but opening up your home, there are circumstances where it's not the same as putting your house on the market as a short-term rental. There is a big difference that I think we need to acknowledge. I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but we can't have it so that only rich people can go out of town for a month and leave their house empty. I don't want to live in a world like in Ojai. Well, I'm going to stay here no matter what, but it's a sad day if that happens in Ojai.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman, Councilmember Whitman.
Well, I haven't changed my position if that's what you're asking.
Okay, Councilmember Lang?
Would it be possible to table voting on this, to have some time to think about it, to talk to some people, read the language so that I can actually think it through before making a decision?
Of course, the council need not act tonight. One option would be two sub options. One is approve the rest of the ordinance as it reads now, and then come back with a further discussion about adding in this new exemption. But that would mean that for that window, if the exemption was not added, then the language that's in place now, which would create the problem identified by Councilman Rule, would become a challenge. Option two is defer the entirety of it and consider it further. And that way it would remain the current rule that it's 1 month is the minimum rental length until the council acted further.
3 months.
No, what Councilmember Lang was proposing is to defer second reading, which would mean the existing language as 1 month would be the continuing. That's the sub options. So option one is adopt the 3 month minimum stay. The rest of the ordinance as
and
it
then
reads, and then
revisit it
consider
if-
the exemption. Option two is continue everything, and that means the current law would stay, which is the 1 month minimum.
Okay, so the reason I was gonna pull it is in the same section, and part of it's just clarification. But the new language so this is page 5 of 7. This prohibition does not apply to 1 month rentals created by operation of law under Civil Code 1945. Am I correct on that, that means that it's a rental agreement or lease that started out as a 90-day agreement and then by operation of law has converted to month to month?
Yeah, it'd have to start out as whatever the length it started out as, because 1945 says any residential lease of a year or shorter that revolves at the end, it becomes automatically a month-to-month lease unless either side gives termination notice.
Yeah, so I want to make sure, and I don't know if there's some language to add to clarify that it needs to start out as the 90-day or more rental. And so maybe that's just, and does not apply to a rental or lease agreement that has started as a 90 or more day rental, but has been converted to a month to month by operation of law. And I'm fine with that language, but I'm not understanding the very last part that says, nor to lend rentals of at least 1 month if the renter establishes domicile at the rented premises.
Can you show me where you are?
Yeah, it's the last part.
Through the mayor? Got a comment, just because are we finished? I would agree with Anita Cram. I think it is our responsibility to the neighborhood, to our neighbors, to live in our homes, and turning homes into commodities we've seen how many problems that has created. We've had so many years of enforcement issues. And I think it is fair to assume that it's going to be gamed. If you look at the history of Airbnb in the last several years, and we've had so many issues with this. So I'm really against making any kind of loophole or escape valve in this. I'd like to pass as is. So I think we should, your suggestion to move it forward, and then we can look at options. Yep.
Excuse me,
no,
Yeah.
through the mayor?
Yeah.
Through the mayor. I would prefer, and I think it's a better policy, that you don't change something and then come back to revisit it. It's not an efficient and it's not a good policy. A better policy is you look at everything before you change it. I mean, in the end, it probably isn't going to make any difference. And so we do that often. We do that here. We say, well, we'll just change it and then we can come back and review it. And it gets a momentum of its own where it's not neutral any longer. It's now something that you have to actually rein back. You have to pull it back. You have to change it. I can't find the word that I'm looking for, but it's a different action to negate something than it is to actually evaluate it and change it. So I've seen this momentum happen in a number of cases in this council where we say, okay, let's just go ahead and do it, and then we can revisit it. But it's harder. It's much harder to revisit something. The other thing I will say, and I appreciate Council Member Francina for saying this, it is an elitist policy. It is an elitist policy because if you can go away and leave your house vacant, then you can take that month vacation. But if you can't take that month vacation. So to me, it is, so in my district, it makes a difference. In the Oblata, it may not make a difference. So two things that I am bringing forward. One is that, is it possible to craft this? All the other goes to 3 months, but this remains to be revisited. In other words, everything except for, whatever 4-204. I think it warrants consideration. I think we should hear from our constituents. I think we should think more deeply about the things that we are not allowing to have happen if we can't rent a place for 1 or 2 months when it's an owner occupied. And I won't go back. So I would like to, at the very least, we need to hear from the public about this, at the very least.
Would you like to make a motion, Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we pass the prohibition for 3 calendar months, excluding owner occupied properties where there is an affidavit or some sort of verification that the property is being rented with the intent of the owner coming back, rented for 1 or 2, or just very similar to the rent stabilization. I apologize that I don't exactly have the words for it. But I think I'm clear in the meaning, perhaps.
It would be, I think it'd be to accomplish the intent you stated is introduce the ordinance as proposed with the addition of the language read before that would exempt rentals of at least a month in duration where the property is owner occupied at least 6 months before, and then with the intent to return after. That would accomplish that goal.
I mean, you could also put a minimum. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's other ways that you could try to foolproof this, really tighten it up and make it. But I think that this is fair, and we either assume that, our population of owner occupied homes are going to try to game the system.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, and I would like to make a substitute motion that we pass as is.
Yeah, but I'm still working on the language at the end.
I want to offer a friendly amendment. if you'd like to.
Okay, well, I was kind of asking Matt questions because I don't understand how the final clause on page 5 of 7, this is section 4-24.04, which says to rentals of at least 1 month if the renter establishes domicile at the rented premises. I don't understand how that doesn't create a situation where someone can come in for 1 month and say at the end of the 1 month, well, I was gonna make this my domicile, but I decided not to. So now I'm going away, and you just created a 1 month rental that we're otherwise prohibiting.
If someone were willing to go through the hoops necessary to establish domicile, that exemption, the loophole you're describing, could exist. The city's ability to enforce it would be to test what were the indicia of domicile that the renter used. Domicile is established by a combination of intent and facts. Intent alone does not establish it, nor do facts alone. So they have to change their facts and their intent, meaning that they have to register to vote there, change some, at least some of their documentation, the driver's license, insurance documents. This is rented, so there's no homeowner's exemption, but establish their other legal presence there. If somebody merely said, oh, I intend to make my domicile here, but took no concrete action at the end of the month, then the city could seek to enforce against them and most importantly, the landowner, because that intent wouldn't have been married with any action. Establishing domicile requires intent and facts.
Okay, so just for clarification, then the language is intended to say that that person for that 1 month rental, it must establish it as a domicile as a condition of it being allowed as a 1 month rental.
Yeah, so the idea was to exempt, with this exemption is if someone rents a place for a month or longer, but establishes a domicile, then that's exempt from the minimum 3-month rental. And it was a situation that was discussed at the prior meeting regarding someone who involuntarily or otherwise loses residence and is able to rent a place for a month, but doesn't know how long it's going to take to find the new place. That not having to be a minimum 3-month rental, but let that be a 1 month rental. And that's something different qualitatively than the classic Airbnb because they're willing to establish domicile at that rented location.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second? Excuse me, let's wait one at a time. Is there a second for that motion? Yeah.
Can I offer a friendly amendment to that?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, I would like to second the motion with I'd like to pass the ordinance as it is and have staff come back with new language for this so that we can bring it up for discussion, for the exemption and also the language that Mayor Pro Tem Whitman is talking about.
I'm not going to accept
Okay.
any carve outs. Is there, so if there's no second?
Well,
for that motion?
I'll second the motion. But I think we need to include what the establishment of domicile means within the ordinance so that somebody who reads this and is looking at, what they can do, understands what they have to do.
Mayor, can I
Okay,
ask?
just a second. So just 1 second. We have a motion. We have a second. We will continue discussion, then we'll vote. So, yes.
The way you establish domiciles, you have no other house. I have lived this. The young man that was in the audience last meeting, who was very concerned about this because he's a renter. If you lose your house and you cannot find a long-term rental that you can afford, and you want to stay in Ojai, you now have a choice between, couch surfing, living in your car. All your stuff is in storage. My stuff has now been in storage almost over 2 years, ever since I lost my place. And I am renting a room month to month and in someone's house. I never intended to be there. I've, been there now 7 months, 8 months. I thought it was going to be, a month or two. I cannot, when you look at this, you have to acknowledge that we're in a housing crisis. There are people who need a place to live for a month. And if they don't find a place, they're more than likely, their intention might be to stay a month, but they could be there a year. I'm serious about that. I think Rachel's original emotion or sort of emotion about 15 minutes ago to just put a pause on this and just come back to this next time, because this section is a problem. It's a problem.
Okay.
Through the
Any
mayor.
final comments before the roll call?
Yeah, I'm still looking for.
So did you hear me?
Excuse me. Let's no crosstalk. Let's, Councilmember Rule is next.
All other things being equal, we have not asked the public. We have not gotten feedback. We don't know what the actual state of this situation is? We don't know. We haven't asked anyone. So once again, I don't feel comfortable being the authoritarian figure that says housing has to be this particular way when we know that there are 1,000 permutations and needs around housing. And this is minor. We're talking 1 month or 3 months. So it's not like it's the end of the world, but no public input and we just deciding that, this has economic repercussions for people, whether they can go see their families, whether they can go see their parents, there's all kinds of situations and all kinds of people who need, thank you very much, to rent their house if they're going to leave it for any length of time. That is an economic fact. And don't like it if you don't like it, but these people need to be able to do that. I have heard from them, and I have no doubt that if we were to put a pause, they would also be happy to communicate with my fellow council members about their situations. And I think we give them the right to make that communication.
Mr. City Manager?
Madam Mayor, I might suggest allowing a couple things. One, having the city attorney answer an outstanding question that sits on the table regarding domicile. And then secondly, I might just suggest from a staff perspective, we can continue this item. It seems like there's a lot of discussion and I hate to have a lot of chum in the water, if you will. So we could all have time to formulate our thoughts and ask staff lots of questions, and we could do some research and provide some analysis, and we'd be more than happy to do that. Thank you.
So,
And through the mayor, before we continue, to answer the question posed by the mayor pro tem, we could import a definition of domicile. My recommendation is not to do so because there's about 3 books of cases that define domicile, that tap into the the elections code, sections 349 and 2020 through 2035, and the cases behind them. So my recommendation on that front is just to leave it as domicile, not import all of that case law into it.
Okay.
But we can draft one if the council wants us to.
But, based upon the discussion that's gone on, I think my concern is that if it's intended to address the person who lives in Ojai, becomes unhoused, and is now looking for that first place to stay and give them more flexibility, we're not limiting this to that situation. This allows somebody, and I know you say that nobody's, that it's unlikely, but potentially it's a loophole that allows somebody to come in from some other location and set up a 1-month rental that we're trying to prohibit.
The First Amendment's right to travel is going to block applying this only to people who live in Ojai right now. So federal law is going to block that. We can look further, and maybe that's yet another reason to continue it. We can look further at trying to identify the use case the goal is to protect, but we can't set we cannot adopt one set of rules for Ojai residents and another set for not Ojaians. I realize that would solve a lot of problems, but the federal government prohibited that. But we can certainly assess further ways to narrow the box to match the box that's at issue.
through the mayor? Yes, Councilmember Wu.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the city manager, that that particular paragraph, but also anything else that needs to be clarified, go back to staff with clarifications, which would also give Ojai residents a chance to weigh in. So that is my motion.
Okay, is there, yes. Sorry.
I'm not sure I understand that motion.
Okay.
And is it to cut apart the ordinance and only adopt part of it? Or just
No,
continue the whole thing?
continue the whole ordinance. I mean, I was specifying that is probably the portion that will be most likely to be dissected, but it is no way to limit it to that section. Thank you.
Okay, and is there a second for that motion?
I'll second the motion that we accept the city manager's recommendation.
Okay, roll call, please, Weston.
Thank you, Mayor. There was 3 motions on the table. We're going to take a roll call on the 3rd motion by Councilmember Rule, second by Councilmember Francina, to accept the recommendation of the city manager to continue the item and direct staff to provide clarification during that time. Roll call, Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule,
Yes.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman,
Yes.
Councilmember Francine,
Yes.
5-0.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. All right, we will move on to item number 2. How about we take a 5-minute break and then we will be right back. All right, if you could take your seats, we are going to return. We will return with item number 2, discussion item number 2, general plan update, including budgetary adjustments, timeline adjustments, and next steps. And we have a presentation from our community development director. Thank you, Lucas.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. My name is Lucas Seibert. I am the Community Development Director for the City of Ojai. Might I just say that I am super excited to bring this item before City Council tonight. Very excited. I get to geek out tonight and really have an in-depth discussion regarding planning, regarding where the city is, where it could potentially be in the future. And in order for us to do that, there's a couple of items that we need to sort through. Before I go into that, I think we have a presentation. So James, if you could put that up, that'd be great. There's 3 things that I want to just mention in the beginning here, which is kind of answering the question or begging to answer the question, which is why update the general plan? This general plan itself has been and kind of commenced in 2019. And there's been a lot of different things that have pushed out what was supposed to be an 18-month review and consideration for the general plan out to where we're at today. Aside from the housing element, which was recently adopted and certified by HCD, the general plan has not received an update in over 25 to 30 years, depending on which element you're looking at. And then, typical practice for a general plan is to have updates, call them facelifts, if you will, every 10 to 15 years. So we're really kind of overdue to kind of have that deep depth and discussion. And certainly we've had quite a bit of that up to this point. Secondly, the recently certified housing element includes a program number 2, which specifically identifies the city will complete its general plan by 2025. So we have kind of a spearheaded mark in which to address this. Could that be addressed? Yes, but we've got it out there for HCD, and certainly they're aware of it. The state's aware of it. And certainly we as a community are aware of it because we've adopted it, we've recognized it moving forward. And then lastly, and I would say this is probably likely the most critical piece, is the update would serve to continue to protect the character of the community through well-written and informed policies. Now, those policies could also be in the form of goals as well. And I would also extend an additional piece of information for this body and for the community as a whole. The general plan from a community development department standpoint, I would say from a planning standpoint, it is an important document. It is a document we use on a regular basis regarding basically any of the projects or applications that come in. We turn to that general plan for those goals and policies that we currently have in place. And those goals and policies are what we use to say yes to certain aspects or no to certain aspects. And so it's an important piece that we turn to on a regular basis. So with that, if you go to the next slide. Back up one, thank you. So it's 5 actions that we're looking at tonight. Some are pretty light. Some have some pretty extensive discussion. Extending the contract. Right now we have a contract with Ramey and Associates, and that is a contract that expired in 2022. We're looking at extending that. It's really kind of on a month-to-month, if you will, contract at this point. Then we're also looking at budgetary adjustments. Ramey and Associates has put together a budgetary adjustments to the tune of about $174,000. That's been identified and specified point by point within the staff report as well. There's also the climate option to proceed, and staff's done some research, costs and estimates are ranging from $20K to about $350K. That's $350,000. Climate options being either a climate action plan or a climate element. The tourism management piece is also one that we reached out to consultants for, and that ranges from $40K to $55K. And then the last one is we're looking for direction on both land use preferred directions, which were brought forward at the April 2023 joint meeting with Planning Commission. Realize that was a while ago, but we are here today to have some meaningful conversation regarding it. Next slide, please. This council has probably seen this process several times. I know I've lived it over the last several years, but really what it leans into is the first piece is the listening and learning, and that's really kind of the foundation for the community engagement. The community engagement is through the entire process here. In terms of what we're looking at in terms of a general plan update process. We then leaned into and moved forward to the visioning, and it's really the vision and guiding principles that was vetted through not only the community through a visioning and guiding principles workshop, but also through planning commission and through the city council as well, through some fairly meaningful and in-depth conversations just on a 4-page document that's helped to kind of frame the way in which this general plan is being worked. Moving forward to the policy piece, which is really kind of the meat and potatoes is what I would kind of call this. It's where we're at right now. We're currently working on those, working with the consultant on those in terms of bringing something to the community for a fairly in-depth discussion, and then leaning into the policy and plan development, which is really the admin draft for the general plan. And then the last phase would be the adoption of that general plan and the environmental that will go along with that. So next slide. So the first one, remember I was 5. The first one is pretty straightforward. We're just looking to extend that contract. That contract to expire in 2022. It allows for the service to continue. In addition to that, we need to identify who the agent is that's authorizing signatures moving forward for those items that can be signed and don't necessarily need city council's full blessing. And then we're looking to extend that to 2025 to get us to the finish line for this general plan update. Next slide, please. The budgetary adjustments, I've highlighted a few of them, kind of the high end pieces and grouped them all together. There's the contingency as a second admin draft, not something that's absolutely necessary, but I think building that in as a possibility, recognizing that there's that there may be that necessity, not something that's absolutely necessary, but it's something to think about in terms of if there's additional revisions that then warrant an administrative draft to come back. That's to the tune of about $60,000. Evacuation plan is really something that's required now as a part of new legislative law that wasn't in place in 2019 when this contract was first adopted and seen by city council moving forward. And then there's other ongoing and anticipated work that's been kind of grouped together into the 86K that you're seeing there. It's highlighted more in depth within the staff report itself. Before we go on to the next slide, I think this is worth noting, and it's something that we had conversations with Ramey and Associates on, which is the consultant for this. Their 2019 hourly rates have not adjusted. They've adjusted them actually 3 times over from where we were at in 2019. They've given us that commitment in terms of moving forward that they will remain at that hourly rate moving forward. It's about a 20-25% cost savings that we're receiving for that. Next slide, please.
Would you like to take questions or do you want to continue? And
Sure. I would prefer to go through this and then have the questions.
Let's do that.
Okay, thank you. And then, so moving into that climate option piece, that was the second bullet. So there's staff reached out to 3 different consultants, had some riveting conversations, and they provided very preliminary estimates, but estimates in which we could kind of gravitate towards to say, okay, so this is kind of what we're seeing in terms of a ballpark. It ranges from a draft climate action plan or a CAP with very minor public input. And then it goes on to kind of a robust action plan or element. In those conversations, it could be either or with fairly robust environmental and certainly quite a bit of public input. And then, so the ranges within that are very bare bones is the $20,000 option with the draft climate action plan piece with the minor public input. And when I say minor public input, I'm talking there wouldn't be a public hearing in regards to it. It would simply be, if you have questions, you email them. And that would be basically the public input versus the robust action plan, climate action plan, or element with environmental. And then there would be quite a bit of public input, not only through the CEQA process, but also just through potential workshops and stuff and things of that nature. That tops out at about $350,000. With this one, staff is requesting council to consider which aspect to pursue. There's 3 different aspects. There's the climate action plan or climate element, public input, independent or public input, part of the general plan process, environmental input or independent or environmental as a part of the general plan process. So it's something to kind of chew the fat over as we have that discussion later on. Next slide, please. And so then we have the tourist management or tourism management policy and or element. Ramey and Associates provided a preliminary estimate for each of these tasks. I will admit I reached out to 3 different consultants. All of them called it an economic development element. And I said, that's not what this is. That's not what we're looking for. If you're looking at something that fosters and absolutely tries to find a way to roll out the red carpet for every single business that's out there, that's not what this is about. This is about evaluating and addressing and analyzing the tourism component and trying to find that balance. With that, Ramey understands that. Certainly we had a fairly good conversation during the joint meeting. They took all that information and put together a proposal, and that tops out at about $55,000 to $60,000 with that. It could be the policy or the element. Ramey's already identified that they can roll that into the process in terms of what we're looking at currently. So with that, staff is requesting council to consider this item as an estimate with requests that were received during the joint meeting in 2023. Next slide, please. Okay, so the land use element direction. During the joint meeting in April 2023, there were 2 pieces of land use direction that staff was looking for, both Ramey as well as staff, in terms of kind of buttoning up the elements that we were focused on. Land use was the big one that certainly had probably the most movement that we were seeing, and certainly garnered some additional conversations that we've had offline. And I would say just overall these are changes. These are potential changes. But we've also heard from the community that maybe these are something to consider. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's 80% of the community. That's not at all what's happening here. You'll see in the next slide, please, that it's not a 80-20 rule. It's more like a 60-70, I wouldn't even say 70%, more like 60-65% in terms of the community that said, hey, maybe we give this a shot. The first one is the Bryant Street area. And really what it's looking at is creating kind of a live work type of format. Not necessarily saying, hey, you can do all 100% residential everywhere you want. It's introducing an opportunity for artists or some sort of artwork exhibit that then also has somebody living on the second floor in a loft. It's that kind of concept. And not only that, but even the discussion when we had the workshops was, it's not that it would be a permitted use. Instead, it's evaluating it from a conditional use or discretionary review process, right? So it's kind of a, let's see what it looks like and see if it's something that fits within this Bryant Street. I mean, for anybody that doesn't know, Bryant Street is the last remaining industrial site that we have in the city. I mean, there's no qualms with that. It absolutely is. And the question is what does it become, or what does it remain? And that's kind of the conversations that we've had dating back to the workshop in 2022, leaning into where we're at tonight. Next slide, please. Housing overlay options. During the conversation in 2022, leaning into the joint meeting in 2023, and then tonight, you're seeing 3 options. What this really is it's identifying that along Ojai Avenue, outside of the downtown district, there are commercial areas on the north and south sides, and those stretch east all the way to the eastern boundary, all the way to the western boundary. There are opportunities, as it may be, for residential to live and function within some of these commercial areas. Opportunities. Now, when we reached out to the community as to whether or not this was an option as an overlay that more than likely would require some sort of discretion, could be folded into the code and addressed from that fashion. I can't sit here and say that it was this 100% was on, everybody was on board. That's not the case. But there was enough meat on the bone to say, hey, this is potentially an option moving forward. Or it's not. It's one of those where it's like, yes, let's try it, or no, absolutely not. We're pretty satisfied with the way in which the commercial corridor operates and functions moving forward. Completely fine. The same thing is true, just going back to the slide. James, don't go back to the other slide. Don't go back to the other slide. Bryant Street is in the same faction. It's not like there is a profound number of community members that have spoken on this and said, we absolutely see the vision of, live, working within, along Bryant Street. But it's an option. It's an option that came out of the discussion and has come to a visual for discussion as well. So next slide, please. Yes, next steps. Next slide, please. So in terms of, now granted, I just identified kind of 5 items that staff is looking for direction on tonight. With those 5 items, we get direction on those 5 items, especially and profusely if we can get direction on the land use items, those 2 items that I just mentioned at the very end, bookended, that allows for a memo to be finalized that was a part of the joint meeting. We've already pretty much written the memo with the exception of the land use piece because we haven't gotten the official direction from council. With that, we are moving forward with a draft admin document, and we are awaiting some of the final pieces for the land use piece, for the land use element, mind you. And that is really the 2 pieces that I brought forward just a moment ago. With that, as council has questions, I can certainly be available, but there is a lot of really good information here. And I think the other thing that I want to also identify is we've heard from the community over the last couple of years, and certainly with various workshops that we've had, public input sessions, face-to-face with just a host of thoughtful pieces of information and dialogue dating back to 2000 and well, actually, literally our first meeting was the day in which the emergency was declared. We're in the council chambers and we had to get shooed out because council came in and issued an emergency. If that doesn't even give you an idea of how this general plan update process has gone, nothing does. So with that, I'm certainly available for questions.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Any questions from council?
I have a few, but through.
Yes, Mayor
through
Pro
the mayor.
Tem.
So picking up on the last thing that you covered, is there a need as opposed to just the possible option? We have a need to create new housing overlay areas prior to our next housing element cycle. So in other words, is this something that is I think you understand what I'm asking.
Absolutely. And I know exactly what you're getting at. So Very interesting. When we were having these conversations, this was before any of the other projects came forward. This council has seen projects come forward that were never realized or even brought forward in discussions. So this was an idea as a solution. That we're talking about the overlays along Ojai Avenue. That was an idea that came forward as a solution to address some of these housing situations. So there's pros and cons to it. Pro is it provides an opportunity for additional housing and some creative solutions. Con is, I think we've all kind of seen some of the state law that's been coming forward. You put housing in and you identify the opportunity for housing, and that becomes not a may, but it becomes a shall. So.
Okay. I think that was going to be one of my questions, and thank you for answering that. But if I understand correctly, some of the consideration about the overlay is because there have been proposals about projects along Ojai Avenue, and the overlay potentially opens the door where it wouldn't otherwise exist.
There are a couple of vacant lots, especially on the eastern end of Ojai, where there's opportunities that, an overlay like this would certainly benefit from.
Okay.
That's about as far as I'm going to go.
Okay. So, and I don't, if we want to rotate through other people so that I'm not the one talking, or if you want me just to finish, whatever you want.
Let's take turns and we'll come back.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? Mayor, no, it's Councilmember Francina.
Are you saying this making a really?
Microphone, please.
As it stands now, in order for the property like across from next door to Sea Fresh on Bald Street and the property across from Westridge, where Nick Ojai was proposing housing on top of the existing commercial. As it stands now, what can be done with those properties?
Commercial, not residential.
Okay.
Unless they secured a discretionary general plan amendment and zone change, which is possible if the council so chose. Possible.
Matt is correct. Yes, Matt is correct. There would be some fairly extensive legislative actions that would have to take place. That's the easiest way to put that. As it sits right now, in terms of what we have as a part of our zoning code, it's not something that's allowed currently. Not without the changes that Matt just recognized.
Can I ask, because I'm still at the same question. If we did adopt a housing overlay, it doesn't mean we have to act on it. It just would make it easier. Like, is it an obligation? Then it would still go through a normal process. Nothing is a given.
We have an example of where that just happened along Bryant Street, where we saw that exercise take place, and the process in which that went forward as an overlay.
In summary, big picture, once the council chooses voluntarily to zone something for housing, if a housing project comes through that is at that density or more, if there's density bonus and there's affordable units involved, it becomes very difficult to deny the project, which means it does go through a simpler process. That would be why, if one wanted to facilitate housing on the areas at issue, doing an overlay facilitates the housing project because it becomes much more difficult to deny it on the back end. If the council wanted to not facilitate it or to ensure a robust process, then the council would choose not to create the overlay, and instead the applicants could come in and do it as a one-off zone change, which would go through the full process. Does that clarify?
Yes, it's clear. Are we being asked to decide that now?
There are the two land use items that still remain outstanding, and those are the two that bookended the asks for tonight.
And if I could add to that, if the council is not prepared to move either of those forward or one or the other tonight, that's okay. It can always be done in the future. But as noted earlier on the other item, it can be done in the future does not mean that it's easy to do it in the future. It would have to be a process. There's an opportunity to bake it into the general plan update that's somewhat simpler. If the council were prepared to move that forward soon.
I do have one more question
Well,
related.
Can we rotate and come back? Is it, if it's on the same topic,
Yeah, it's the same. So this overlay would only apply to is there's appropriate locations, right? It's not like an housing overlay. You can't just build a second story on any.
Yeah, sorry, through the mayor.
Yeah.
I gotta do this the right way. Yes, along Ojai Avenue,
Yeah.
only those areas that have the commercial zoning designation or general commercial zoning designation.
Yeah.
And through the mayor, if I
So
could
that
add,
would be,
we could define a box and limit it. So if the council wanted to only allow, for example, 1 or 2 stories or only 1 story,
Yeah.
we could,
Right.
the council could define that box that would be allowed. The one most important point to be aware of, though, once residential uses are allowed at a site, density bonus can go well above any height limit if the project has enough affordable units to qualify for state density bonus protections.
through
So
the mayor.
once you open the housing door, be advised that the box can get bigger.
Through the mayor, the example is a project that this body has seen recently.
thank you. All right, any other questions, Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding, basically, we are being asked to decide if we want to make a zoning change to allow more more residential building, because right now the zone precludes that, commercial precludes that. And this doesn't but this does actually become something like a special overlay district because it opens up the state's housing regulations,
Yeah.
whether or not it's actually in the housing element as a special overlay. It is, for all intents and purposes, a special overlay, even though it's not in our housing element. So all of those same conditions apply to it. We just haven't pointed it out. Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly?
Through the mayor, yes.
Okay. Okay. So, so basically the question before us is, are we going to do zoning changes to allow more housing? Is that really the question?
Through the mayor. The thing that I would preface is the general plan guides what the zoning is going to look like in terms of how that's going to read. And then the amazing thing is as this is evolving and developing, there's certainly density pieces that can be applied, as well as other development standards that can be applied through the general plan.
Okay.
So I don't want to say that the zoning then dictates. It's really opposite. That just this general plan, in terms of what we're looking at here, really dictates how that forms, how that's formed.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a follow-up if I can. So it's not, if we were to change the zoning, it's not a free-for-all. There are also additional conditions that we can put on all of that zoning that would be modified by a density bonus if someone wanted to build affordable housing there. But if they build market rate there, then all of those conditions and, you know, the density bonuses that people get would not be applicable. But where this lies is underneath the general plan. So, but the general plan is aspirational, isn't it? I mean, it's not specific, is it? I mean, it's
specific when it needs to be.
Okay.
Oh, it's through the mayor. Sorry. It's specific when it needs to be.
It's specific. So basically that means that if we want it to be specific, we can make it specific.
Through
Is
the
that
mayor,
what it
yes.
means? Okay.
And through the mayor, if I could,
Mhm.
thank you, Mayor, add a point there. If the general plan did, in particular on housing, designates a particular area as how housing is allowed or is an allowed use or conditionally allowed use, state law makes that specific. No matter how aspirational we intended it, state law makes that piece specific.
Okay.
As to housing, the rest of it is not housing is different.
Okay. So this particular land use that we're discussing now, if we were to rezone it, then the specificity given to us by the state is applicable.
Correct, through the
Okay.
mayor. So if the council designates this area for a future, as a general plan, land use designation that allows housing, we have to follow through with the rezoning behind, as noted by Mr. Seaver to be more specific, but that housing would become a viable use if they met the rest of the rules. And to answer the earlier point, yes, if the project is 100% market rate, no affordable, and there's no density bonus protections. However, the Housing Accountability Act still applies, and what we can enforce is the objective development standards. So if we define a box and we define it objectively in compliance with case law, we can enforce that box. But we wouldn't be able to enforce less than the box. And and to finish the point, we can't design the box in the future. In the old days, before the Housing Accountability Act, we could say we'll allow housing there and we'll define the rules later. Now we have to define the rules up front, and then we can then enforce them. So we'll have to be specific in those rules as to what we want to see, and then the developers will have to meet that.
Okay, great. Thank
Any other questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so if I understand what we've been talking about, it occurs to me, and maybe this is just from my perspective, but that our greatest flexibility to approve or not approve a project on a project by project basis comes with not creating an overlay. And then if we decided though that we did want to add housing, we would then, in the context of that project, have the ability to say, you know, we really want this housing, it's not allowed. We're going to change this zone now to include housing as part of our act in approving the development. Is that accurate? I mean,
Through the mayor, generally speaking, yes.
Okay.
That's great. Any other, Councilmember Lang?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm going to pan back from land use for just a second, because am I correct in understanding that we have several different items to look at? We have one, do we go forward with the contract with Ramey, extending the contract to 2025 and spend for $174,000? Two, how do we proceed? Staff needs direction for proceeding forward with a climate action plan or climate element. Three, decisions on land use as were just discussed. And the fourth one is the tourism management. So I have some questions just about, so thank you for clarifying. My question is really about Ramey and them as a consultant. I understand that they have worked with larger cities that don't have the unique climate as ours, and the small town feel that their experience is more with large towns. And do we have any flexibility in looking at other consulting firms right now?
Does the flexibility exist? Through the mayor? Yes. From a staff standpoint, would I recommend pursuing that? If we're willing to spend a considerable amount more than where we're at currently. That's the first piece. I think cost is probably the first and biggest piece. The second is, although Ramey doesn't necessarily have the resume for the small towns, they certainly understand a lot of what Ojai is. They did their research before they came here, and certainly won over, I would say, council and probably the community at the time. Although I will admit, my first day here was the adoption of the agreement, the contract. So it's a bit of an interesting conversation. And you're also looking at a timepiece, and I can tell that the city manager wants to speak. Let me finish my point. Is it possible? Yes. Are there things that would happen to delay and increase costs significantly? And would we get a consultant out there that is like Ramey or that is willing and able? I just get the sense that we would be starting from the beginning to a certain degree because they would have to get familiar with the community as well. Ramey has been here the entire time. They've been here virtually, they've been here physically, right? And I would also say that in those almost 5 years now that I've been working with them, they understand this community. They've heard from this community, and they certainly have kind of a pulse of what's going on. But I would also say that's a testament to how precise this community has been speaking about the issues or non-issues in terms of the preservation or non-preservation, depending on who you're talking to and what group you're talking to. Additionally, they've taken points from staff as well in terms of direction and just basic information. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
I just thank you through the mayor. Just wanted to add, the same skill set that applies to putting together an excellent general plan for a large city applies to putting one together for a smaller city. It's akin to selecting a city attorney. You could select a city attorney who's only worked in large cities, and he would be able to work in a small city and vice versa. It's the same skill set, and they take direction, these consultants, from the staff and from the council and from the community. And that's how these things are shaped. Even if somebody has only worked in small towns, that doesn't mean that they necessarily understand Ojai. I was in 2 small towns before I came here, and I wouldn't tell anybody that I know Ojai inside and out. I don't. Thank you.
Any other questions before we?
Did Mayor, may I ask a follow-up
yeah,
question?
yeah.
Thank you for responding. So I have a 2-part follow-up. One is, if, I'm aware of the cost of continuing this contract and obviously thinking about ways to reduce the cost. Are there ways to sort of divide up the remaining elements, sort of like an a la carte, to work with, instead of extending the contract with Ramey, to maybe see if there is another maybe member of the community or another consultant that could take part of it? What would you think about dividing this up in an a la carte fashion?
Through the mayor. So here's my thought with that. And I probably have a question for you, and that is this. When you say a la carte, are you talking about there's 5 elements that we're talking about here, but also talking about 2 elements or policies that were brought forward during the joint meeting. One is the climate action plan or element, and then the second is the tourist element or plan or policy, for that matter. Are we talking about the 5 plus the 2? Or are we talking about just the 2? What's the a la carte? Just as curiosity.
If I may. So you've spelled it out really clearly that that for those 2 elements that we would be looking at opening it up to other consultants. So I'm really talking about finishing the general plan. And so the land use, any elements that would still be remaining for the general plan, instead of extending the contract for that 174,000, would it be possible to delegate that in some other kind of way?
The interest through the mayor, the interesting thing about that point is this. Ramey has the ability to bring on other sub-consultants. Right now we're using Rincon for the environmental, we're using Iteris for the transportation, and we just finished up using Veronica Tam and Associates for the housing. All 3 of those are well-versed in a lot of these different aspects. Could we bring on another sub to work on one specific piece or two specific pieces in terms of carving it out? I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. I don't think that that would necessarily hurt the timeline from that faction as well.
So
I do question the cost though, because I would have to work with the consultant to see what sort of cost and estimates that would come out of that. Because when I was reaching out to consultants initially, just getting the general estimates, that was them independent of anything that was happening, but also kind of giving me that commitment. Yeah, we can try to work with that timeline unless you don't want us to, kind of scenario. So it just kind of, there's some flexibility here in terms of how that works. So just recognize that. Thank you.
So
Can I ask a quick
Yeah,
question?
go ahead.
When you say considerable amount more, Lucas, can you just throw out a ballpark figure?
Yeah, the 350 was a bit of a shocker when I was hearing that. I'm sorry, you're the mayor. Through the mayor. There was the $350,000 that I heard from one of the consultants for them to do a robust public outreach and then also doing the environmental independent. That would be considerable. I mean, we're talking almost half, really half of what the original budget of 719,000 was in the beginning. So that to me is a bit of an eye opener because we're talking about one piece when we've broken it up into 5 as a part of that focused general plan update.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions that are on this same topic that Councilmember Lang started with. One of my questions is, do we have the ability to adopt elements in a piecemeal or serial fashion? In other words, can we say, let's tackle the land use element and go after that and do what we need to do, and then, submit for approval and then go back and say, okay, now we're doing safety or environmental justice and then submit those as they're done? Or do we have to do it in mass as, the quote unquote general plan?
So through the mayor, the reality in terms of how that operates is each time that you address one of the elements, you also open the door for 2 things. One is consistency with the policies, and then also consistency from an environmental standpoint. Each time you open up the environmental piece, it then creates, there's a baseline for cost for that.
Yeah.
And you group them together and that reduces the cost. You do them individually and the cost goes up.
Right. So we have to maintain internal consistency. So if we don't do it together, if I'm understanding what you're saying, if we don't do it together, we have the potential to go back and have internal inconsistency and then and then have a kind of what if you give a moose a muffin effect.
So let me give you an example
For
through the
people.
mayor. Through the mayor, the housing element as it was adopted by this body and then certified through HCD, that still has to go through the environmental review process to ensure consistency along the lines of the rest of the elements.
Okay. And then go ahead.
Can you pull up the slide that has the cost for the, the climate, the tourism management,
Yeah, I think it's
all those costs?
yeah. I think that was the 2nd or 3rd slide.
It was pretty early because that's when I asked if we should ask questions now. Yeah.
Mm,
I think, was that it?
yeah, that one.
Okay. So let me try to remember when we had the meeting with James, remember that? And we had 3 new council members. And I remember that night because I had already been through all of this process. And I've always regretted that I voted to continue with all of this item, because it seems like we could have ended, there was some completion at that meeting or what? Before we started adding things, where were we at that night? Do you remember? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Through the mayor, are you talking about the joint meeting in April of 2023?
I'm
The planning commission?
I don't know that it was that meeting. Yeah, it was that meeting because I remember now we were all sitting at a table looking, yeah, it was that meeting. Yes. And I also started, when I came home, I remembered that we had this, like a stack of paperwork, like you wouldn't, like all the plans and stuff. And just the thought that we were going to go through this again and produce all this paper and all that, it hit me that I had gone astray that night. That I wasn't, in my opinion, in retrospect, thinking as clearly as it was getting, whatever. But so I would like, when I look at things like climate option to proceed, part of me thinks, why don't we just take that money and put it into direct action here in Ojai? What could they possibly tell us that we don't already know? Because most climate things are lifestyle related. I mean, like, and maybe what is it that we have in mind? Like, do we want to just, put in the general plan? What is it that it's never been clear to me when we asked for these additional things, what it was that we were asking. So before I could vote for that money, I would need clarity on, it sounds like a good idea, but what is it exactly that we are anticipating that these consultants could possibly tell us that we don't already know? And then tourism management. I mean, I feel like we could sort that out. Frankly, that's how I feel. So why don't we just keep that money, maybe raise the salary of those of us sitting here, and then we've lived here, we know what's going on.
Through the mayor. Great questions. And I think good insight in terms of what had happened in April, and really what, if I can just go back to the Wayback Train in April, it was really a culmination of a workshop that had taken place in August of 2022 that then led us to the next step, which was that joint meeting.
Yeah.
And in that joint meeting, there was definitely a lot of really important pieces, and two of them are what are being discussed tonight. Out of that meeting, I thought there was actually really two good pieces that came out of it. One was a recognition that along Montgomery, north of Ojai, that C1 zone or general commercial zone, as a general plan piece, this body recognized that was the inappropriate zone because it was inhibiting and creating issues, significant issues for some, in an area that, the uses on the ground were completely inconsistent with that. That was a great step forward. We've been working internally on addressing that. The second piece was then something along Fulton Street, which was the east side of Fulton, which was the M1 zone or manufacturing zone, and addressing that as the land uses on the ground are completely inconsistent with what the zoning and even the general plan identify. So those are two really good pieces that we've been working on internally. The land use pieces, in terms of the discussion, it is and remains a very divided discussion. I'll have a conversation with someone and they'll have a certain opinion about it, and I'll have a conversation the next day and it'll be completely opposite. Right. So it's very divided. When I say that it's 60%, 55%, it's very true. It's divided in terms of both of those pieces. Now, I think both of those came out of trying to find solutions for housing in Ojai. I think that hearing from the community in our workshops and, during the surveys, I think everybody was looking for solutions. What's the solution moving forward? What's been kind of interesting is the wait and see has actually produced housing results that we're seeing on the ground right now, right? So some would say, I'm not sure that that's necessary anymore. Others would say it's still needed. remains to be seen. So
Sure, if I could just,
What
sorry,
other question?
Councilmember, I think I can answer the remaining part of your question. You were kind of asking a why question through the mayor, I believe, sort of. The general plan is basically kind of like our city constitution of sorts, and not having an element or a policy is also a statement and an indicator of a priority or a lack thereof. So I think that's why, to the why question, you want to have these baked into that, or at least, you know, a component of it, because it speaks to who you are and who you want to be. And lastly, we're required to make findings that are consistent with the general plan. And that's why it needs to be current and update and evolve. And that's why you can't just go back to your old plan, because your old plan is from, you know, think about how different the world was even just 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. That's why we need to do this type of action. It's important. It reflects who we want to be.
Through the beer. Can the council members that, because we added the addition that night of a climate element and the tourism management, is that right? That was added that night. Before we, I still would like clarity. What is it that we're asking for? Tourism management and the the circulation element, the traffic. The main problem with tourism isn't so much the tourists, it's their cars, okay? We kind of know, you know, there's things that we can do about that. But what is it that you had in mind when you asked for those two additions? What is it that you thought the consultants would tell us that we don't already know? Is my question.
through the mayor, could I first want to just address the climate action plan piece. You know, when I reached out to these consultants, I asked point blank, I said, what would you bring to the table? And they said, hey, we can bring a climate action plan that will circumvent CEQA. And I said, I don't think that's what this community wants. Instead, what I would like for you to do is to come back with something that provides appropriate measurements, does something to reduce greenhouse gases, something along those lines. I think that's something that's very palatable for this community, not circumventing CEQA. So don't think that we're even on board with something like that. So from a climate action plan standpoint, I think that's what you're seeing. That's what you would see. That's the return, right? In terms of reduction in greenhouse gases. Now that's a big statement, right? Reduction in greenhouse gases basically means how do you reduce the emissions that are coming in and going out?
If I could, through the mayor, add a little more on this one. The climate action plans range, and the attachment B, page 1, has a nice little layout that Mr. Sieber prepared, or somebody. They range from sets of requirements that should be imposed on all or most or development projects as applicable, sort of in the lower end, to on the higher end, the 350,000 and change, an element that would include a detailed scientific assessment of all greenhouse gases that are emitted in the city, where they're emitted from, how they're emitted, in what quantities, going back a certain amount of time. It's a PhD scientist level analysis of what we have in the city now. That's the inventory. And then a quantified, metric developed plan for reducing all of those emissions to the extent feasible or achievable within X timeframe, and set in as requirements with quantification. So instead of the first one is measures, is a set of requirements, a set of measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to improve the climate situation. That's your sort of climate, lower scale climate action plan. Your higher scale climate action plan takes that, has a precise scientific numeric inventory and quantified measures, and quantifies, in fact, typically the way these are done, they will quantify the city's goal is by 2040, 2050, we're going to cut emissions by half, by a third, numbers to be determined. And then it quantifies and does the math typically to show that if we implement these requirements on existing development and on new development and our projected new development, we will achieve that 2050 reduction of, 30% by 2050, whatever the numbers are. That's the higher scale, 350,000 and change type climate action plan. That's what we would be buying if the council so chose to buy that. And that's where you get the differences between those significant 20,000 to 300,000 price ranges.
Can I ask a follow-up question? 50% of the greenhouse gases is traffic, okay? That has to do with jobs and housing.
Right.
What we have now, we know what we have now, which is a situation, there's plenty of people working in Ojai that can't afford to live here, right? And other people, their jobs are far away. So you're talking about, you can quantify and have statistics, but this involves a willingness to do lifestyle changes. You know, I don't know. I mean, people aren't even willing to walk and ride their bikes to school. So I don't know about I just don't know about investing in that. I want to take
Just a
that-
reminder, we're still on
Yeah.
questions.
Okay.
We're not on
Oh,
discussion. Councilmember Lang has a question, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I was just, thank you. I was just going to say that I was the one who proposed to Councilmember Francina, I was the one who proposed the climate action plan.
Yeah.
And my reasoning was because we might have future councils who aren't climate oriented. And this would, like our city manager said, this would be a constitution saying these are the goals that we have. And I had a question about the climate, and so I think so. I just wanted to clarify that point for you too, and respond to your question. And then also, I'm aware that there are climate action that there are. I actually campaigned on the, looking at other cities' climate action plans and seeing that there are some really good templates out there. Is there a way to reduce that cost by taking this in-house, working with our climate emergency mobilization, our climate action committee? Is it possible for us to create something that works for us that can eliminate that budget item?
Through the mayor. So if you're asking whether or not it could be done in-house with the current staff through community development, I would say no. And the reason why I would say no is that while I may have a lot of experience and exposure, I can't say the same thing for every single staff member. And the expertise that would be needed for this, the technicalities that would be needed for this are beyond the scope of what staff would have readily available. Are we able to review, analyze, and address those through a consultant who has those pieces? Yes. Are there community members out there that we've heard from and that have come forward as experts? I think we've heard from them, correct? Could they sit at the table? That would be up to this body, for sure. And I think that's something that's worth having discussion on as well. But in terms of staff absorbing it from a cost standpoint, I think we would be chasing our tail at some point. The technicalities that go into something like this are beyond the scope of what staff could do. Not to say that there's anything. I have an amazing staff, but there's limitations, right? And I'm recognizing that. So
Through the mayor. Well, Mayor Pro Tem was first, and then you can go after that. Mayor.
So, this goes to the cost issues, and I attended that August 22 workshop, and there may have been twice as many people attending as are attending here tonight. So I was not impressed that we were getting a sample of Ojai. And then we also had maybe that was in the earlier days of Zoom, and there were folks who wanted to participate on Zoom and they couldn't because they had technical difficulties. So can we, as a way of saving costs as opposed to employing Ramey to, redo workshops or survey the community? That sounded like that was kind of a big cost item if we wanted survey added in. Can we have a workshop on a specific issue that we think is going to be important to the general plan, but we want to hear what the public is going to say on that issue, or at least invite them. And, you know, is that part of the general, is that something we can do within the general plan process?
Through the mayor. Yes. I think it would behoove this body to identify what piece they want to is going to be the focus, and then building around that piece. Would it be something that Ramey would run? That is really up to this body. I mean, the contract is something this body agrees upon. If you want to carve that out and have that additional input, and then a summary be generated just internally by staff, that's definitely something that I could see my staff definitely handling. The technical pieces that we were talking about earlier, that goes beyond the scope.
Right.
So,
and then this is kind of a follow-up question, but one of the things that struck me at that joint meeting that we had is I had spent time with what's our current general plan. And then, you know, kind of looked at the proposed draft general plan. Actually, I'm not even sure if that's what we received, but it all seemed kind of foreign in the context of the general plan document that I read, that I thought was a really good expression of Ojai values. It had like 5 pages of goals that I think anybody would read them and say, yeah, that sounds like Ojai. And then it had 30 or 40 pages of implementation. So if the draft we get from Ramey, and I'm not even sure where we are in terms of, you know, administrative draft, but if it seems like it's devoid of things that we think are important in terms of policies and implementation of policies, you know, do we have the opportunity to say, hey, we need to add this in, and what's the process for doing that?
through the mayor. So the process exists as we speak right now. If there is an additional policy that is being drawn from the community that hasn't been spoken or identified through one of the workshops or one of the visioning pieces that we've had, it is absolutely, now is the time in which that could be discussed and further analyzed or added. In terms of where this general plan update process is at currently, I mean, you saw the 5 points, but just realistically, we are currently working on the land use element. That element is waiting patiently for decisions on these 2 items. Once those are decided, there will be a draft ready for public review and consideration. The same thing is true with the safety element. The safety element is close, but there are policies that are currently being worked through based on what we've heard from the community over the last 4 years. And that's true for sprinkling environmental justice throughout the rest of the elements, addressing the circulation, and then obviously making sure everything's married together with the housing element.
Councilmember Wu?
Yeah, so I see us and Lucas through the mayor. You're great. But everything you've said, yeah, we can do anything. But actually, I don't think we can. I think that there is a best practice to getting a general plan done. And I think as we are teasing apart everything, we are getting further and further away from a best practice.
Excuse me, is there a question?
My question, yes, there is a question here. My question is to both Lucas and to the city manager. Do you have an idea of what a best practice is? And do you feel confident in being able to forward or project, cause momentum for that best practice to work for us? That is my question to you.
Through the mayor, I'll start if I could, and then I'll have Ben jump in, the city manager. Best practice would be getting this to the finish line. best practice would be taking the contract that we currently have and moving forward with those general plan update items, those 5 elements. Best practice would be saying yes or no to the climate action plan or the climate action element. The best practice would be saying yes or no to the tourism element or policy in terms of moving forward. Breaking apart some of these pieces, while it's absolutely within the realm of possibility in terms of what we can do and what staff can do in terms of working with the consultant, is it going to add time? Is it going to add cost? Is it going to confuse the issues to a certain degree? Maybe. The third piece is a maybe. The first two, in terms of cost, I mean, the cost is hard. That coming back and identifying that we're moving in this direction, I can just tell you, Ramey immediately is going to say, well, we've got to do another cost analysis for that. And they're probably going to come back with more. It's going to be more, right? I'm hearing from some council members that I'm not sure that we even need to do this piece. Not required. There are elements that we have through state law that are required. Some of these are not. The 2 that were discussed and identified during the April 2023 joint meeting are not required. They're elective.
Through the mayor, I just would like to add, so you have a subject matter expert here at your disposal. His name is Lucas. So of course I'm just let me walk through. So he is your professional urban planner, and this is something that he went to school for, something that he has worked in other jurisdictions and he's gained over time. And so what we always try to do as your professional staff is we always try to bring you the best practice in the form of the recommendation. And so our recommendations come to you as this is what we would suggest as the best practice. You're the policymakers. You don't have to take our recommendation, of course, but we're always giving you what we think is the best option. This is what we would recommend, but you don't have to do it.
All right, how about we move on to public comment? First, we have Bill Miley. Just have one card. Oh, okay.
Please press the button on the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I have to. Wrong glasses. I especially want to support the tourism management matter. But first, I want to quickly read from our general plan land use item 17, which you can find on page 24 of the land use. Land use 17. Recognize and support visitor serving uses as an integral part of community life and ensure that visitor serving uses and activities are designed and managed in such a manner that they are secondary to Ojai small town character and identity as the desirable place to live is secondary. I would suggest that they are majority now. They've taken over the town. So that land use policy is not being worked on now. Although several places used in the draft documents under tourism management exempt tourism and hospitality, this is a tourism management proposal. I support the proposal only if it includes tourism and hospitality. Exempting tourism leaves a big void and should be made a priority. Since tourism is a central part of our city economy, and by the way, it brings about $8 million in,
which is 57% of our budget. It would seem best to approve it, but only if it includes a priority for tourism and hospitality. Here's some questions. Why do tourists come here? What do they do when they get here? What are they missing? Are restaurants a big part? Well, what would tourists like that doesn't exist? How can we promote our tourism without having them buy our houses? Do we need an art center? What if a major restaurant closes? These are things that we should be doing and asking. And it's a major, if we don't take control and work on our tourist management issues, this community is going to continue to lose. We're going to be dominated more and more by tourism, which we need. So I request your council include economic development options in your general plan update with a focus on tourism. And please, again, remember, it generates $8 million.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Anita Cram, then Star Child, and then Larry Steingold.
So the tourism part is what I'm questioning too. I'm really vague. I didn't kind of get any idea of what that means. And so I think the community needs to understand what that is. I agree with Bill that it's really taking over, and it definitely needs to fall below the needs of the community members. So I have no clue what that means in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Next, we have Star Child, then Larry Steingold.
Hello, good evening. I'd like to speak in favor of more housing in Ojai. I moved here 5 months ago. It's my daughter. And we moved to Ojai because it's a great community. She gets to go to a wonderful school. We go to the farmers market twice a week. We play in the playground in Libby Park, and it's not like Ventura. There's no drug paraphernalia. It's safe for her. And we want to be able to stay. And one thing that's going to happen is we're going to need a better house. We got one that was available, a month-to-month lease. We don't have a washing machine. We've only got one bedroom for the both of us. And there's not really a backyard where she can play without running into the street. So I'm running after her quite a bit. And in order to have for us to get a house or apartment or whatever it is, there's going to have to be more, housing that we can afford. And I'm lucky enough to have a good enough job. I can almost afford a house, but not quite. And I think if more housing were built, then there might be something for me to buy. I looked a little bit doing my research. It seems that not many new single family houses have been built in this city in the last couple decades. And when I hear about this housing overlay, it makes me think about one term I saw in the general plan, which was impediments to housing. And I think if the city council can work to restrict those or to eliminate those impediments as much as possible, it would be a great benefit not only to me, but to many other families in Ojai. So thank you.
Thank you, Star Child. Next, we have Larry Steingold.
Good evening. I agree with Bill. It's not so much tourism development, excuse me, it's tourism management. So we need to figure out how to manage our tourists and the numbers coming in and the money they generate. Which ones are required and which ones aren't required? Could somebody tell me that?
You mean elements, Larry?
Yeah, please.
Through the mayor, I can respond to that. Land use, housing, circulation, conservation, open space, noise, safety, and then the new one, which is environmental justice.
So of the 5 that we're paying for now, what you want to pay for?
So the ones that we're paying for now is land use, housing, circulation, safety.
So which ones aren't required?
We have a recreational element, which is
So
not
of the,
required.
of the ones we're looking to pay for.
The one that we're talking about right now.
Yes, that is not required.
So tourism is one that's not required.
Okay.
And the second one is CAPA, the climate action plan is not required.
Well, okay, we've got enough people in climate, and I think we should be able to put that together for a lot less. Between the Climate Action Committee and all the experts we've been bringing here, excuse me, for the last 7 years that I've been here, we should be able to do it. The tourism management thing we need. And that's just keep it simple. I mean, even the expansion of the VMU. What if we did that for the whole up and down? Now you've got the housing element, you've got the land element, you've got the building element and business, and it's all done. And everything's an exception anyway, so you have control. And if you want other business, you just had to get rid of some of the CUPs on the general businesses. But keep it simple. I mean, we need the climate for that's going forward for the next 20, 30 years. Tourism, who knows? But that's an easy one. This is not that difficult, but we shouldn't have to be spending 350 grand. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Mr. City Clerk, any comments online?
Yes, Mayor. We were going to move on to public comment for our Zoom participants on item 2, general plan update. We have a few raised hands. We'll start with Renee, followed by Teal Rowe. Renee, you have the floor.
Good evening, City Council. You know, we get into a situation where we have the local residents living in our climate with limited resources, and we have the tourists who can come into our town who add to our climate challenges without any constraints on those tourists. And from my point of view, we've got to find a middle ground so that the locals feel like our existing resources are being protected and that the tourists are being asked to pay their fair share. And so I do feel that tourism management has a climate element to it. And I'm wondering if we could have the tourism management part have a climate element to it so we can talk about ways to educate those people coming into our community about the environmental impact they're having on our town and ways that they can mitigate it, ways that their inn can mitigate those changes. We talked about in the past having bicycles and people who are staying at inns and doing different events, having shuttles rather than having to take their car everywhere, or having bicycles and having things that are tailored to transportation up to the top of Shelf Road for a walk without everybody driving their car up there. To me, there is a way to do the climate and the tourism and have an environmental impact together. And I'm not sure if that's something that's possible. I'm not sure how to talk about that other than what I'm doing right now. I know that there is a way to do it. And I've been in countries and traveled in countries where they've created climate mitigation and educational opportunities. Every time you go to turn on the water, there's something that says, you know, reduce and reuse and recycle, and we don't wash your sheets every day. And they have educational places where people can go to see and use and be trained on environmental educational opportunities. So those are the climate elements that I was hoping we could adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee.
Next, we have Teal Rowe. Teal, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm with Anita and Bill and Larry on the tourism thing, and I'm curious about the CEQA laws. Do they not cover the climate angle? And I'm very concerned about the overlay I'm wondering when I hear said, you may becomes you shall, when we at this point have the housing element okayed by, is it HUD? So that's very concerning to me. The other thing is the Bryant Street, like there's 50 there and there's 64 peppered elsewhere. So without the overlay, didn't 510 Ojai Ave just get okayed for how many units? And isn't that a commercial spot there or manufacturing or something else? So it seems to me, and I don't really know exactly, but it seems to me like the zone is being changed regardless of the overlay anyway. And I don't think that's a really good idea, especially for the Bryant Street area. And one more thing, I implore the wording to not use artist influenced, because so many things are using artists for Ojai as an excuse to develop or get what they want. And I think it's a complete insult to artists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Teal.
No more raised hands, Mayor.
All right, we'll move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
I want to ask a question. Did my colleagues understand what Teal just said about using artists as what I didn't understand what she said. Through the mayor
Well,
what was she talking?
we're in discussion right now, so does.
Yeah,
somebody want
I don't understand. I mean, we're talking about the need. I thought part of the reason for having a housing overlay, allowing housing on Bryant Street was, to provide housing for our artists. I don't, anyway.
Okay, who would like to begin discussion? I'll jump at once.
Well, I end up talking first, like perpetually, because no one else jumps up. So I was waiting to see if somebody would, but
We appreciate your enthusiasm.
I'll jump in. I think that we do need both the climate action plan and we do need the tourism plan components to our general plan. That's items 4 and 5. And just, for clarification, Bill Miley actually, kind of pointed out land use goal 17 on page 24 of our current general plan basically says that that visitor uses and activities should be designed and managed in a manner that they are secondary to Ojai's small town character and identity as a desirable place to live, but that we depend on tourism. And so, we need to figure out how to achieve those two things together. I think Mr. Miley is correct that it was nice to get that goal into our general plan, but it has not been implemented. And the way to look at ways to implement it is to develop a general plan component. And I'll also, refer back to Mr. Harvey, who said that, allows you to, having elements allows you to say, this is important to us. Here's how we're addressing. So I support both the climate action plan and on that, regard, reducing greenhouse gases and ways to achieve that are important. And so I want to
Mayor
think
Pro
about,
Tem, can I interrupt? I'm sorry to interrupt. We do have another raised hand on Zoom
okay.
that we didn't know about.
Yes,
Now we
thank you,
do.
Mayor. We want to ensure all public comment is heard. We do have another raised hand that did come up right after we ended. Kathy Lottis, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. My hand was raised. It was raised for several minutes, so I'm not sure what happened, but anyway. I'm Kathy Lottis and I'm a resident of Ojai. I would like to remind everyone that general plans are a powerful planning land use tool when they can include a comprehensive set of policies that express the community's long-term vision. And to date, we've had no draft policies compiled, presented, or reviewed. And here we are coming to a close with this project. I've looked at the graphic at the bottom of page 5 on the staff report. The notation is alarming that we are here at step 3, policy options. And this step involves the most challenging, labor-intensive work, most legally important part of the general plan. Were we not discussing policies months ago, or at least important issues, or defining what the issues are? So I do have 2 things to say about issues and policies in the town. One, we had a community vision and opportunities workshop back in 2020, early in the process, that included participation by around 300 people. The most important issues identified were high quality of life, small town character, open space, engaged community, environmental sustainability. I read that as climate change, historical character of the downtown, arts and culture, unique residential neighborhoods. But again, we've had no discussion about these issues and the policies that we need to address them. Number 2, here's an example of existing policy from the land use element that's under the topic of preserving Ojai's small town character. It's policy LU1. Emphasize retention of Ojai's natural environment setting, small town character and scenic features as a priority over expansion of urban areas. Policy LU2. Preserve Ojai's small town character along with the desirable features of individual neighborhoods. And this is followed by 14 policy statements that further explain what that means. So why have we not talked about the policies we already have in our award-winning general plan, which is pretty darn good, by the way, and asked where do we need improvement or updating, or are they fine as is? We have seriously missed the boat to see the big picture. We have not had any discussion about the larger opportunities of the issues of the day. Instead, we were quickly directed toward discussing 3 focus issues of proposed development change that weren't really supported in any meaningful way by the Community Vision and Opportunity Survey. And why would we focus on 3 areas prior to an in-depth, broad policy discussion of important issues first? I don't get that.
Thank you, Kathy.
No more raised hands, Mayor. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I think what the last speaker raised is also really high on my priorities list, is that we end up with a end product. I think the general plan, you know, the update of the general plan could be the most important thing that any of us do during our term of office. And I want our general plan to reflect as much as what I've read in our past plan as we can do without offending HCD, and what we have to achieve through our housing element, because we have to harmonize those things. But everything that we can retain in terms of talking about, you know, what Ojai is and how to sustain and protect and move forward, it's really important to me. I have had extensive conversations with Mr. Harvey, and to a lesser degree, Lucas. And I am being assured that although kind of Ramey hasn't really, shown us yet that they are prepared to show us that they understand where we've come from and where we want to go, and that they will work with us on putting these things that we believe are required as part of our vision. And, based upon the representations of Lucas and Ben, I mean, I'm going to support going forward with Ramey. It sounds like approving the contract is going to be a little bit of a moving target because we're still defining what's going to go into a finished product. But I approve of going forward as we've been requested with Ramey, based upon the recommendations of Mr. Harvey and Mr. Seifert. And I guess the last part that we need to cover in terms of the recommendations and the ask for action, I am not prepared to support the overlay ideas. I think the best way to approach those issues is on my understanding is that we don't need those in order to stay compliant with the housing element, and so that we retain the greatest flexibility for a project that comes to us by not having these overlays, that the state will jump on top of our overlays and take away our local control. And so I think you'll hear me say this a lot, but I think local control is really important. And I want to protect it, our local control to the greatest extent possible. I do have one other request, and that is that we engage Sunny Sultani for the limited purpose of reviewing when we have a general plan, when we have our particular land use element formulated, because she is playing a role with us in advising us on our rights vis-a-vis potential housing, litigation and housing projects. I think it's important for her to be part of the process, in terms of, where are we potentially creating places where it's going to be harder to defend local control, and those types of issues. So I'd like to see us allocate as part of this, or at least actually, so I'll make a motion. Let me find the staff report so I can. Okay, so I make a motion that we do authorize the city manager to enter into a contract extension with Ramey, as indicated in the staff report. I am going to approve the motion to approve that we include and create both a climate action plan and a tourism management plan, and that we not adopt the general plan amendments related to overlays, and that we direct staff to approach Ms. Sultani with to provide us with a proposed budget for assisting us in overseeing those issues that relate to potential future housing litigation.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it, but I'd like some discussion.
Want to go ahead? So I agree with most of this. I just want to talk about the elephant in the room, which is that 82% of the people who live in Ojai do not work in Ojai. And 83% of the people who work in Ojai do not live in Ojai. So when and we have to ask ourselves why that is. And until we solve the housing problem, until we have housing for people who work here to live here, and until we have some sort of economic development for people who work outside of Ojai, we're going to have the same emissions that we have now. And it has long been known, and this is, I don't have an answer for this, but I also don't want it to be covert in the conversation. We have to talk about climate as it relates to housing, and as it relates to how and what we want the population. We have Star Child there who talked about housing. Do we want to say, when we say no housing, we say no to Star Child? That's what we do. And it is an elephant in the room that we never talk about. We have to figure that out. Once again, the numbers don't lie. And when those numbers equate to 50% of the greenhouse gases that we have in Ojai are the result of emissions, and you have those numbers, there's no way to not talk about housing. We can say we want to maintain local control. We don't want an overlay district, but 20 years tells us what that means. It means that planning commissions and city councils do not approve housing. We know what has happened in Ojai. That is why local control was taken away. I am not against local control, but that is why it was taken away, because of those kinds of conditions and it's not to say that people don't have a right to have their small town stay as it is, but I don't want this to be covert. I want that elephant in the room to be out there, and I want to talk about it. If we want to say no more housing unless, then let's say it. Just say it. If we want 82% of the people that live in Ojai to work outside of Ojai because there's no housing, or the other way around, let's just say it. We have to talk about it. I can't any longer just let the euphemisms run wild here. So that having been said, I would certainly support the authorizing of Rami. I would certainly support a climate action plan. I would certainly support a tourism management, although we used to call it growth management. I don't know how that term changed, but okay, I'm fine with that. We haven't talked about, Bryant Street, which I think we need to talk about. And I would not support, I think we need more discussion on the overlay district. I just really do. We need to speak honestly about the repercussions of not building any more housing, or of the repercussions of making everything go through planning and
trying to get people on planning who believe what we believe. You know, that's pretty clear to me. So I would not support the land use motion. I think it needs more discussion. I want more honesty. Just say what you mean and mean what you say, you know? So that's and if let's just talk about it honestly. So that is my discussion on the matter.
Councilmember Lang?
Yeah, so I also wanted to just follow up and say that thank you. First of all, thank you so much to our community development director and to our city manager, to all of our staff. You have worked so hard on this. And I also have come away from our conversations with the understanding that we can direct Ramey, that if we start back from, to your point, if we start back from ground zero and we look for another consultant, that it would add time, it would add expense, and we still have the ability to direct the process. I want to speak about the land use and the overlay in particular. And one of the considerations that I had, you know, coming into this process was, you know, is it a good idea to have an economic development element to address some of the concerns that Councilmember Rule brought up? And also if you want to talk about the elephant in the room, it is that we don't have jobs here. And so if we look at taking away rezoning our light industrial Bryant Circle area, and we talk about replacing commercial properties with housing, then we are really limiting our ability to get high-paying jobs into this town. And that's something that we talked about in our joint meeting. And that's something that I am going to stand by, because I feel like it's a part of a bigger plan. So we can look at housing. We've approved 4 housing projects since we've been here. We have met our RENA numbers. I mean, we have moved forward with housing, but I think we really need to think about this when we're approaching this general plan. We really need to think about there are so many considerations in addition to housing. Where are the people we house going to work? Where are our kids going to go play? And where do we go for recreation? We're still looking at, if we build houses, we're still looking at people driving back and forth to Ventura or to Oxnard or to other places, so where they can find jobs. So I think that what I heard Lucas say is that if we do the zoning overlay, that it takes we might be able to have houses to we shall have houses. And so it takes away some of our ability to make some of those long-term decisions about what we want our community to look like and what kind of amenities we want to have for the people who live here and what kind of jobs we want to have. So I feel really strongly about moving forward with the land use decisions to really limit that and hold that back. I also do want to move forward with the climate action plan. I am curious to see, I don't think we need to spend the $350,000. I think there are some templates for that. And yeah, I'd like to see what we can do, to conserve resources in that area.
Councilmember Francina? Yeah.
So what page weren't there 3 choices? What page were they on? For the climate? There were 3, right? We were supposed to choose one of the 3.
Through the mayor, that's attachment B, page 1, and goes on to page 2.
Okay. Can we have a moment to look? I'm not finding it. B. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Rachel, are you recommending option A?
I am recommending option A, yes.
Okay,
Which,
I'll go with
which
that.
is just for, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, yes.
Through the mayor, could I just clarify that? Option A, through this climate action component, is really sprinkling those policies throughout. That's where you're seeing that's why the dollar amount is much smaller. The midpoint is really where you're seeing that climate action plan come to life as a separate component. If that kind of sounded like what you were speaking to.
That's correct. Thank you for clarifying.
So
Are you-
let me
are-
just, I'm gonna invite Councilmember Lang to amend my motion so that it selects climate action B, but that we look at ways to reduce the costs through the borrowing of other people's successful climate action plans.
Councilmember Lang?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Francina, do you want to continue?
No, my way of thinking. Number one, no tourist brings their car into town. And if they do bring it into town, it's their overnight guests. They park it. They don't get in it again. The locals have stickers. That would, there are cities who have done these things. That's how you manage tourists. There are ways to, we've had discussions about this. So I just, if the climate plan is going to, I like and appreciated what you said, that it's like a constitution in case people in the future don't care how high buildings are and they don't care about these things. I hope that never happens. But, I also brought up the points that Councilwoman Rule brought up, but not as in depth, because we know what the problems are. The lack of housing and so everything is connected. We know that everything is connected. I'm just not, to me, I still would rather, I like A, and I like spending the money on, we could spend the money on, I guess there's not much you can buy anymore with that money. It's not that much. No, it's not that much. It used to be that you could buy a giant parking lot where the tourists could park their cars before they come to Ojai. But now, that's no more. Okay, we'll do it. It's not that much in the scheme of things.
Well, thank you. And I would really like to thank our Community Development Director, Lucas, for your patience, your endurance, hanging in there, all the work that you've done on this. And I'd also like to thank Ramey and Associates. If you're listening, we approved we got our housing element approved, which was huge and early, and we should definitely celebrate that. I think it seems like there are a lot of elephants in this room. They're protected here in Ojai, so that makes sense, right? I think the huge elephant in the room is that land use is irreversible. I think we all just need to soak that in. Once you've developed a piece of land, that's it. And we have a certain bioregional carrying capacity here in Ojai. And we have wildlife coming from this side, going to that side, and going back. So I think we all need to keep that in mind. We are a small rural town. That's why people moved here. We are not a city. And I often, if you're old enough to remember Mr. Rogers, his little magical town where there was actually a trolley. And if you can picture that, there were buildings in it. Picture that and just picture putting another toy and another toy and another toy house and another toy house and some apartment buildings. And all of a sudden it's filled up. And that is not a small town anymore. And yes, I think we definitely need housing for extremely low, acutely low income households. Those are very low rent. It's not low income, extremely low and acutely low. So I would say we have more of a greed issue that, for example, comes up when we talk about Airbnbs. People want to make as much money as they can
And that destroys our community. So, and I agree with Councilmember Lang, we really have to protect our last industrial zone, which is Bryant Street. So back to Mr. Rogers, if you fill that in, it is done. There's nowhere to go in 3.4, no, 4.3 square miles. I think we should move forward, and I appreciate all the input from my council members. We have a motion on the table. We have a second with some. Oh, okay. Are there any more public comments?
We do have a raised hand right now, but that'll be up to council direction to open up public comment again.
Okay. Wait, just, are we okay? Council, we're taking that one more comment. I think it'd be. Okay, no, all right, never mind.
Wait,
Okay,
Mayor?
yeah.
Oh, I think almost everybody in the audience, I'm in favor of allowing somebody to make a 3-minute comment.
Okay, all in favor? Yep. Okay, all right.
I'm gonna no, but only because, you know, principle, policy, and otherwise, we didn't really take a vote. We just did consensus.
I have heard that there's been some issue with people getting through tonight, so we have all in favor with 3 votes?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
And then
Okay.
can I still make one more
Sure,
comment?
okay. Mr. City Clerk, we have one more comment?
Yes, we
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you, Mayor. So we will open up our public comment period again for our Zoom participants right now. We have Stephen Colome with a raised hand. Stephen Colome, you may unmute and speak.
I want to apologize. I did have my hand up. I think there was some freezing of the internet here. And I'll be careful here because I'm not quite as sanguine as the direction that the council has been heading on this. I think we have to not forget the context under which the current draft general plan and its elements occurred, smack in the middle of the COVID shutdown, which Lucas has pointed out. But despite that, we can celebrate the fact that we have an HCD approved housing element. That is really a big deal. But if we go back to the very first public visioning session in 2020, where there was meaningful input from a reasonable cross-section of Ojai residents on what they wanted to protect, preserve, and enhance, we're not looking at something that's heading in that direction. And I'll go a little bit off script because I did review the existing land use element, the one that prevails until we come up with an update. And there are some extremely impressive policies and programs in that. And why it is that we didn't take the elements that we had, which were award-winning elements, and say, let's see what we need to do to advance those, to promote those. I mean, we're looking in the 4-step process at a pair of policies which are really more development-oriented policies. They're ways of giving an option to developers to increase a profit. And that's not what a general plan is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a vision for what Ojai wants to be and look like in the year 2045. A lot of the people engaged in this process aren't going to be around in 2045. It's going to be our young families that will be there. And I have not seen that visionary orientation. This is more like a current planning exercise, to put this in planning parlance, than an advanced planning input. So I hope you will, step back. If I'm not impressed with what Ramey has done and their production. So if you're going to redirect them, I really hope that you will take a firm hand on the reins and make sure that this it is at least as good as the elements that we have in the current prize-winning general plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. All right,
Could I make
well, Councilmember
Yeah.
Francina was.
Councilmember Lang, did you say that you wanted option B? Because I'm looking, I think we should do option C because it's not that much more. And we need to do option A and B. I mean, the climate adaptation should be sprinkled throughout. Don't you think we might as well, it's not that much more. On page, attachment B, page 1. It's only 20,000 more. Or maybe only 10,000.
Please, quiet, thank you.
Is there a recommendation?
Just
from
so,
staff?
Yeah, is there, staff, could you clarify?
Through the mayor. The way I understand B, and in my conversations with Ramey, is that it would also include the sprinkling of those climate action policies throughout the rest of the elements. The only way that works and functions, and it was what I was talking about early on, is each of these elements will be tested against each other to ensure that there's a flow and a consistency, and they all have kind of some harmony. And that's through the environmental process. If there's inconsistencies with what we're looking at within those elements, those have to be balanced as a part of that process. So having A and B and then showing that as option C, B is doing that regardless. So
Councilmember Lang, any thoughts?
Yes, I see. Why is there?
I think there was a, through the mayor, I think there was a C because it was looking at going above and beyond what you would typically see just with those policies being sprinkled throughout. Kind of like what's being done for the environmental justice element. Since it's not its standalone, all of those policies are being interacted. And that's really the only thing that was going to be happening with option A. When you add option B, they're looking at, they're showing that it's its own climate action plan or climate action element. But the only way you can do that, if it's an element, is also having those policies interwoven. So, through the mayor, you go with B, and we'll have that conversation. If it's different than what I'm saying here, obviously we'll come back.
Okay, all right. Oh, wait, could I make a quick friendly amendment? Because I do not want to vote yes on the land use. I was wondering if we could separate out the motion such that includes the hiring of Rami, the climate action, and the tourism management. The land use, once again, I will say, I support an artist's workspace. We never discussed that on Bryant. We could hope for manufacturing. Have we looked in the last 15 years how much manufacturing has come to this town? We have priced out our artists. We no longer have any boho artists, bohemian artists. We now have only people who can afford to live here. So anyway, I'm not comfortable voting yes on the land use, but I am comfortable voting yes on the others. So if we could separate those and have two different motions, I would much appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem, that's your motion.
I defer to the city manager on whether separating, I mean, I've tried to separate it out votes before. I was told, no, you can't do that. From a functional
Well,
standpoint.
you can vote yes on it. I just want the opportunity to vote no on it.
I'm going to defer to the city attorney. This is his wheelhouse.
Yeah, so Rosenberg contemplates a motion to divide the question, which would split. It's the maker of the motion. The second of the motion won't voluntarily split the motion. A motion to divide the question is an order that takes a second, and once approved, splits the motion into pieces. And then you vote on the actual motion. I realize that's a little bit cumbersome.
I strongly disagree with respectfully disagree with Councilmember Rule's suggestion. I think we need to keep it in there, and it is the most important part of our general plan. This is more important than anything. So that's
Mayor?
so just
Through
one
the mayor?
second. So 1 second. It is your motion, Mayor Pro Tem, just to confirm.
Yeah, I'm not, I wasn't gonna amend, based upon, I guess I'll take her comment as a motion, and I don't want to amend my motion to include that.
Okay, so
Okay.
I will
Well-
make it a substitute motion. I'm just asking for the opportunity to vote no on the land use. You all will vote yes, or you'll vote, I mean, it will pass. So I'm not asking for anything but the right to vote no on one portion of it. It doesn't separate it. It doesn't make it anything different other than it's a separation of vote. Now, I don't see what the problem is. I truly don't. I mean, it's not doing anything other than giving us two votes. It doesn't separate it in reality. But once again,
Do you want to go ahead and make a motion then?
sure, I will make, I'd like to make two motions, two separate motions. One motion is that we approve the contract for Rami, that we approve the the climate action plan, the CAP, and that we approve the tourism management component. The second motion would be that someone else can make the second motion. I'm not going to make a motion that we don't approve it, that land use. I just want the opportunity to vote no. That's all.
Is there a second for that motion?
Well, I'm gonna make a related substitute motion that we.
So
simply-
that motion dies without a second. Okay, continue.
My motion would be to take each item separately, just as it's stated here. First, a motion to authorize the city manager.
Oh, yeah.
Second,
Is there a second for that motion?
Why not? I'll second that.
that separates.
Okay, well, then we have.
Yeah, procedurally, that amounts to a motion to divide the question into the pieces that state in the staff report. It would
Okay.
be in order to vote.
Okay.
Through the mayor, I have one question for city attorney. Does it in practical terms make any difference to how we move forward?
No, staff will move forward with whatever direction comes out of the motions, that will move forward. We're not going to work on something in the gap between.
Right.
when we're
So,
done voting.
in other words, whether there's four separate motions, this is my question, whether there's four separate motions or there's one motion that includes all four components, it is for all intents and purposes the same. Is that correct? For it, as far as staff is concerned.
Yeah, the direction that it would provide to staff is the same.
Okay.
Okay, we have a
Thank you.
motion and a second. Can we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. Motion by Councilmember Rule, second Councilmember Francina to split,
Other way around.
Other way.
pardon. Motion Councilmember Francina. Second Councilmember Rule to split Mayor Pro Tem's original motion, which is in four parts, into separate votes.
If I may, I believe the motion is just simply to follow the recommendation outlined in the agenda report and to take the components as listed without the obvious open the matter for public comment.
Okay.
May I ask a question about my motion, please? My question is to Council Member Rule, does that accomplish what you wanted to do?
It absolutely does. I just want the opportunity to vote separately on the land use issue because I feel like it hasn't been properly vetted and discussed. And I'm not.
Right, roll call, please, Weston?
Councilmember Francina.
Are we voting now on item 2?
No, Mayor,
Oh, it's-
Councilmember Francina,
item-
we're voting on your motion to
Yes,
split it up.
Yes, okay, sorry, I thought, yeah, get it.
Understood. Mayor Sticks.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
No.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Francine.
Yes.
Okay.
Now we will make, through the mayor, now we make a motion for each separate entity. Is that correct? Thank you. I will make a motion. I'll make a motion that we approve the contract with Rami and instruct staff to move forward with that.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, motion understood. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Francine.
Yes, but it also includes what my colleague said about Sunny, right?
That was
Not
not in the motion.
in the
No.
motion.
That would be a separate motion.
That can be a separate.
I'm sorry, okay, but yes, okay, Got it. Okay, now a motion for item 3.
I'll make a motion that we uh that we move forward with option B for the climate action plan with direction to staff to return with options for reducing the cost.
Is there a second? I'll second. Roll call, please, Weston.
Yes, motion understood. Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Just clarification. So we're talking about item 4 on the recommendations. Is that correct? Yeah, yes.
We skipped one, but that's okay. That's okay. We can go back to it. Doesn't have to be normal.
Roll call.
Yes, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
All right. I'll make a motion that we approve recommendation, that we approve item 5 moving forward with a tourism management element.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please, Weston.
Yes. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we have that we direct staff to consult with Attorney Soltani and obtain a proposal for providing us with legal assistance in reviewing our general plan for those matters that impact her role in assisting us with our housing issues.
I'll second it.
Okay, a roll call, please, Weston.
May I ask a question of the motion maker? That would include a discussion about the housing overlay.
That's not the motion that I'm making. So, but if that issue comes up again in the general plan, I would expect,
Yeah.
I mean, as we're going through, if that issue comes up, then I would expect her to talk to us about that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I need clarification on the motion. I don't understand it.
Okay, the motion is that we solicit a proposal from Attorney Soltani to provide consultation to us during the general plan process for those issues which relate to her role in providing us with assistance on housing issues.
Okay, thank you. All right, we roll call, please, Weston.
Councilmember Francina.
You know, I find myself still wondering, because I don't know the cost and how that works. Is there some way to
Well,
clarify what you have?
I'm asking them to obtain a proposal
Okay.
that would come back to us for us to consider and vote on.
Okay.
Because
Just,
I don't know what
yeah.
I don't know what to ask for in terms of an amount of money. So
And
Okay.
through the mayor, if I may, part of that would depend on what level of involvement you would want from Ms. Soltani. Is it several consultation sessions with the council at a high level, big picture level, or is it asking Ms. Soltani and her team to review and redline the document word for word? Those two have very different budgets.
It's
and that's
not-
what I would expect the proposal could return with some range of options.
that's exactly right. And I'll just say, I meant to say this earlier. I expect your firm to do the red line part of to the extent that's required. My proposal is that Ms. Soltani is going to give us more of the 30,000 foot view, but where she identifies areas that require attention, that we potentially she comes to meet with us on one of those, or yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have a clarifying question. Are we talking about the whole general plan that we're approving now, the components, each of those components that she look at? Are we talking about the whole general plan? Are we talking about? Oh, yeah, so I'm unclear on that because she is a housing expert. She's also a city attorney, but we have no way of knowing if she can actually look at a climate action plan. So I'm confused as to what we're actually asking of her. What is the scope and what is the scope?
Okay, I wouldn't expect her to address the climate action plan unless there's some component in it that bears upon the services that she provides her. I don't anticipate that would happen, and I would expect that the vast majority of what she would be giving us advice on would be the land use element, land use components.
I would, just as a clarifying question, then I would make that more specific. It was very, very general for me. I don't, so as a friend, as I would like more clarity and more specificity in what we are actually asking her to come back with as a proposal, unless you just want to throw it out to, seems very.
Well, we have a motion, we have a second. So let's have the roll call, please, Weston.
Do you want to?
Okay.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
All right, well, that completes our.
Can
yeah.
I would like to make a motion that we do not have the over the land use overlay. We haven't we voted on that yet.
No, we haven't.
Okay, all right. Do
Yeah,
we have wait, hold on. Do we have a second for that motion?
So
I'll hear that motion.
let me discuss.
Just one second. We have a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
I want a discussion on it in that, or I want clarification. If we don't vote on that item, it's not approved for being put into the general plan. It can come back at some later time, but at this point in time, it would, by not voting, we're not directing Lucas to move forward. Am I correct on that?
Can you repeat the motion that was made?
To deny any forward motion on the housing overlay.
Okay,
On
yeah.
Okay.
So that motion.
I'll
would be
second that motion.
That staff would cease all work on the proposed housing overlay.
Exactly.
Okay. Roll call, please, Weston.
I'm sorry. Okay,
So
would you repeat what you just said, Mr. City Attorney?
It would be a motion to cease all work on the proposed housing overlay in the downtown at the Ojai Avenue area. So it would be to direct staff to stop all work on the housing overlay. If that motion carries, staff would cease all work on that. The council could always pick it up at some point in the future, but no more work would be done on that at this time if that motion carried.
Okay, and if we vote yes, it not only approves staff continue to work on it, we're approving.
The opposite. Yes is
Oh,
yes to
is a
stop.
Okay,
If you wanted to have staff keep working on the housing overlay, you'd vote no on that motion.
okay. And so a yes also means if they keep working that we've approved it.
No, yes,
No.
we stop.
Okay.
The two states of the world, let me, if I can, through the mayor, the two states of the world in the motion would be stop all work on the housing overlays. No more work on it. That's if the motion carries. The other alternative would be if the motion does not carry, then staff would continue on it per council's prior direction unless the council made other action.
Okay, all right.
Would not yet be approved. Nothing's approved in final tonight.
No,
Tonight's an opportunity to stop work, but not to finish work.
Yes. Yes means stop. Roll call, please, Weston.
Yes, Mayor. The clerk's seat is clear on the motion. Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
yes.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
Councilmember Francina,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
All right, well, that concludes our discussion of the, no. it
Madam
doesn't.
Mayor, we would still need direction on the budget amendments to do all of the above. I don't think we have a precise dollar figure. The dollar figure in the staff report presumed portions of what has been directed with the additions and subtractions. I don't know if we have an estimate, else it'd be direct stat, approve the budget amendments as necessary.
Through the mayor, the budget estimates are right around 174,000. That's what's in as a part of the attachments to this report. So yeah, that amount is correct.
Inclusive of option B for climate action plan and inclusive of tourism.
Climate
management.
action plan has been identified as option B, which has a range in it.
But does the 174,000 include the climate
No,
action plan?
That's separate.
So then that, do we know that total number yet or no?
For the climate
Everything that
action
was
plan?
just approved. Do we know that number?
Oh, the total number.
Yes.
I mean, that's just combining the highest dollar figure with everything else. But just to be clear, there for the climate action plan, it was having a conversation with Ramey and Associates and looking at how that cost could potentially be reduced and bringing that back. That's the motion that I remember hearing, correct? For the climate action?
That was, and then we divided it all up. So that was my motion. And we divided it up.
And the
we-
division that I made was Mayor Pro Tem's motion, so yes.
Okay, so do we,
So it's a yes to that piece.
yes.
So the
I-
budget amount that I think the city attorney is speaking to is the housekeeping amount of 174,000. You've identified the budget piece in terms of moving forward with the contract, yes, with Ramey. And that contract then separates it out into a dollar amount that's 174. That 174 includes, and in my presentation, I identified 3 different pieces that it included. One of those was sorry, I'm drawing a blank onto the one of the more important pieces, which is now required by state law. Evacuation piece, the policy for that. So all of those are inclusive of that 174 as well, and identified within the fiscal piece of the staff report.
Sorry, Mr. Siebert, one quick question. The city attorney and I were just of the understanding that perhaps if we're adding in all the options, the B for the climate action plan, the tourism management, et cetera, we're probably that with the 174, we're probably looking at a number that's closer potentially, but not necessarily as high as $450,000.
Combining
That's what we're saying.
those pieces, I see. So as a whole,
With the instruction from the council to come back in an effort to try to reduce the amount, especially for the climate action portion of it, that was the direction.
Right.
Potentially could be as high as 450, but does not necessarily have to be. In fact, the direction is not to hit that number and then come back in lower.
Okay, so we need a motion for that. Okay, would someone like to make a motion to pay?
Can I have,
Can we get a motion on the table first?
I'll make a motion to approve moving forward with the contract, with extending the contract for 174,857.
Okay,
And
And
the additional funding that's combined not to exceed.
Yeah, we already have that
450,000.
component,
Yeah.
right?
okay.
Yeah.
Is there a second for that motion? Or did you finish?
So
Okay, so wait, we need a second. Is there a second?
I'm going to propose an amendment.
Okay.
So I think my motion would be that we approve that city going forward with the staff going forward with the budgets that have been identified for recommendation 4 and 5, so climate and tourism, with the instruction that they are to seek every economy and trying to reduce those amounts.
Do you accept that?
I accept that, yes.
Okay, so do you want to second that?
Yes, I'll
Okay.
second that.
Okay, all right, roll call, please. Weston? Can we repeat the motion again, please? Sorry.
Yes, motion by Councilmember Lang with a second by Councilmember Whitman to approve the budget amendments as recommended by staff in staff recommendations 4 and 5, and to include the additional city council direction not to exceed $450,000. And to direct staff to seek every
Yes.
economic way.
And through the mayor, we also would need the budget amendment for item 3. That one didn't get approved before.
Okay, do we want to add that? No.
Uh,
3 on the staff report, the 175,000 and change, or 74,000.
that was my original motion, was to approve that. Yes.
Yeah.
Understood.
Okay, all right, roll call, please, Weston.
Yes. Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Rule,
Yes.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. All right, we have now completed our discussion of the general plan. Ooh.
Through the mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And let's take a very brief break and we will come back with our final item. Thank you. Hey. Please, let's go. Okay, we are back. Oh, we're still waiting. We're not, okay. We will move on to item number 3, introduction of ordinance to prohibit the use and sale of glue traps within the city of Ojai. We have a staff report, Mr. Management Analyst. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Honorable City Council. I'm Brian Popovich, Management Analyst for the City Manager's Office, and I'm here tonight to present the item to introduce an ordinance prohibiting the sale and use of glue traps within the city of Ojai. As you guys know, Ojai does have a big history of supporting items that promote animal welfare, including the recent passing of an ordinance adding the right to bodily liberty for elephants. The item in question tonight is glue traps. Glue traps are also known as the sticky board or glue board, which is basically composed of a layer of cardboard or some other sort of hard material with a non-drying adhesive attached to it. The goal of glue traps is to entrap rodents as they cross the board, which will trap their feet or other bodily parts. The trouble is, once an animal is attached to or stuck to the trapped animal typically dies from starvation, dehydration, or suffocation, which causes unnecessary suffering and an inhumane death for the trapped animal. Furthermore, the CDC also warns against the use of glue traps due to the trapped animals producing urine and feces, which is potentially introducing harmful human health impacts to it. Another unintended consequence of these glue traps, they often capture animals that they're not intended to trap, such as birds, other larger animals. And that being said, there are more humane alternatives to glue traps that do currently exist. The most common alternatives are snap traps, live traps, or electric traps. Snap traps and electric traps have a higher chance of killing the rodents instantly, thus reducing their suffering. And live traps are intended to actually capture and release the animal safely without them being stuck to the glue traps, which causes harms to the animals. At the time of writing this report, we would become the second, if the council did decide to pass this ordinance, we would become the second city to prohibit the use of glue traps, the only other city being West Hollywood at this time. To reiterate, the ordinance as proposed would prohibit the sale and use of glue traps within the city. And if adopted, the ordinance shall become effective 1 year after the date of its passage, which will grant retailers and licensed exterminators an amortization period to come into compliance with the ordinance. Furthermore, regarding fiscal impact, drafting the staff report and the ordinance are included in the city's annual budget, and enforcement of this ordinance is anticipated to have a negligible impact on code compliance's resources. That being said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'd also like to introduce Jacob Shaw, who is the PETA Special Projects Manager, who would like to give just a brief presentation on the subject matter as well.
Okay, any questions before Jacob speaks?
I have a question, but I could save it till after.
Microphone, please.
I have a question about the 1 year phasing out, but I'd like to have Jacob do his presentation, and because that might be a discussion. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Come on up, Jacob. Thank you so much for being here and driving all the way from LA.
Yes.
To be here and waiting.
Of course. So I'll try to be brief here. As I know it's been a long night, but exciting stuff. So good evening, everyone. My name is Jacob Shaw, and I'm here on behalf of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. And before I get into anything, I just want to start off by thanking Mayor Sticks and the City Council, as well as city staff, for taking on this issue. It's really so wonderful. And just to expand a bit on what Brian laid out, I'm going to talk a little bit more about what glue traps are and how they work. And I apologize in advance because some of these details are a little bit graphic, but I think it's important to consider them when considering what this ordinance would actually accomplish and the type of animal suffering that would be avoided if the ordinance was adopted. So glue traps are small boards that are coated with a sticky adhesive and they're designed to catch any small animal who wanders across the trap surface. They are responsible for more suffering than any other commercially available wildlife control product. And because they're indiscriminate, they pose a threat to every amazing animal who lives in and around Ojai. And they're just these horrible, indiscriminate killing devices that permanently disable, injure, and kill countless small animals every single year. And to give some sense of the scope of this issue, the Wild One database, which collects and verifies patient admission information from wildlife care facilities around the country, reports that 180 species of wildlife, including dozens of species of birds, bats, chipmunks, lizards, opossums, mice, rabbits, salamanders, snakes, turtles, and even flying squirrels, have been caught in glue traps and were brought to animal hospitals in need of life-saving care. But what is so horrible about glue traps is that the vast majority of animals who are caught in these traps are never even taken to an animal hospital or wildlife rehabilitator. They are left to suffer excruciatingly painful deaths. So after their paws, their tails, their beaks, or their snouts get stuck in these traps, they get stuck to the glue, the animals suffer for days in some instances, and they die slowly and painfully from starvation, dehydration, asphyxiation, and blood loss. Their eyes and their mouths can become glued shut, and as they struggle to escape from the traps, the glue tears off chunks of their fur, their feathers, or their skin. And recognizing that they will die if they cannot find a way to free themselves, some animals will even chew off their own limbs. So when people just leave glue traps out and, they sort of put them somewhere out of sight, out of mind, the animal dies this horrible, long, drawn out death. But what happens in other instances is people wake up in the middle of the night or they get up from the dinner table because they hear something moving, something crying out. And when people are confronted with an animal caught to the glue that's crying in agony and thrashing in pain, they panic. And there are some people who will call emergency response hotlines, but there are other people who have reported drowning trapped animals or bludgeoning them to death. And that's just because of the way these traps are designed. It leaves people who are completely unprepared and unqualified to deal with the situation. And obviously an enormous amount of cruelty results. So the good news is that the ordinance before you tonight will establish that no animal, regardless of their species, should ever be forced to endure the kind of suffering that glue traps inflict. By banning the use and sale of these traps, the council will measurably reduce animal suffering and will help spare the lives of countless gentle animals in Ojai. So thank you so much for your consideration, for everything you've already done for animals. And this ordinance is just really amazing, showing that a little kindness really can go a long way. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Yes,
Jacob, let me ask you a question. I'm aware that if you go online, there's all these, just most gruesome descriptions, and they also try to tell people how to remove the animal without killing it. And I don't know if you want to say a word about that.
Yeah, of course. So the best and most important thing to do is to just act quickly. So if you can call a wildlife rehabilitator, there's an application called Animal Help Now that you can enter the species, your zip code, and it will show you wildlife rehabilitators in your area and the species that they take in. Unfortunately, if you have a bird in a glue trap or a snake in a glue trap, some larger, more charismatic animal, you may have better luck finding a rehabilitator. If it's a mouse or a rat in the glue trap, it's harder to have rehabilitators take them in. And in those instances, we suggest people take a few drops of baby oil and try to put it on in between the animal's body and the trap, obviously taking precautions to try to not get bit if that's possible given the situation, and then slide a piece of paper between the free limbs of the animal and the adhesive so that they don't get stuck anymore. if you want more information on that as well, I'm happy to sort of put together a more detailed explanation of that with some of the people on our side who are a little bit more experienced with the firsthand animal rescue work.
Yeah, I just wanted the public to be aware that that information exists. And you've said it very well, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Jacob, we spoke about this. Can you clarify though, for the public, why glue traps are separate from poison at this point? You know, why they're not in the same ordinance?
Yeah, so as far as I understand it, I don't know there is another city in the US that has banned the use of all rodenticides so far. I think part of the reason has to do with the fact that there are certain applications of rodenticide that I don't know that there are quite as many alternatives spelled out as there are in the case of glue traps. I think if the council wanted to consider a ban on rodenticides at a future date, that's absolutely something that PETA and animal advocates around Ojai would be happy to support. But I think this ordinance is just coming at a time where there's a huge amount of momentum to ban glue traps because there's just an overwhelming consensus that they're cruel, they're ineffective, and they've been banned in a number of countries, and like England, Iceland, Ireland, New Zealand, Wales. I think this is all spelled out in the staff report, but there's a federal bill now that was introduced to the House of Representatives in January that would ban glue traps nationwide. So I think the real momentum behind this ordinance and the focus on glue traps is a reflection of the fact that on this issue in particular, there's just a growing amount of awareness and momentum behind a ban. Does that address what you're asking?
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
so much.
Jacob. We'll move on to public comment. First, we have Rick Sudis, then Anita Cram, Sudis, and then Starchild.
Been in Ojai longer than a lot of you people. I've been here since '54. I grew up here. I own an air control company since '68. I went over to the city of Ojai a few years ago and sealed it up for rodents. I own a company called rataway.com. Won't kill anything. But I've been in a lot of attics. People throw those glue traps out, and it's a bad way to go. I stepped on one time and I couldn't get it off my shoe. I had a hell of a time with it. So what happens, people now take these glue traps and put them on their cars because the rodents are hitting the cars. So the other little animals come, they get in it, and it's a mess. And it's the same thing, that picture I showed you right there with that bait station. I just talked to a guy who lived on Del Norte Sunday. He's got a BMW that they chewed up, and right next to his BMW is that bait station. And all those things do is bring the rats to the property. And these guys that are got this racket going charge you $100 a month to come out and fill those bait stations up, and all they're doing is killing rats and wildlife and little mountain lions, and we're paying $2 million a year to protect. So you need to get rid of all of it. On the way to the trap, the rat stopped and chewed up what are you protecting. A rat can smell another rat's hormones 10 miles away. So if you leave something in your car, they can smell it. And here they come. And all the wiring in cars now is biodegradable, made out of soy. So this is a big, giant problem. And I ship rat away all over the world. But this business of this poison's got to stop. I went to a guy's house about 5 years ago, and he's throwing decon around the yard, and he's got turquoise rat droppings all over the yard. Not telling him. So that's what you're sitting on. You're talking about climate change. That's the climate change you better worry about, because it goes right up the ladder. And I've been in a lot of attics here that are loaded with decon. They're biohazards. And the rat crap is about that deep. One rat can drop 20,000 pellets a year. Yep. I see it all the time. So I'm just telling you, he's right. Absolutely correct. And I've talked to people all over the US where they take, if you got a glue trap, you got to bring the animal to it. So the first thing you do is put some grain on it or a piece of peanut butter. Then here they come and they're suffering. And then the next thing comes to eat that and they get in it.
Thank you so much, Rick.
I actually have a question.
Hey, Rick, we have a question
Rick?
for you, if you don't mind.
So, first, I'm glad you got out of that glue trap. But my question is, what is Rataway?
It's a spray.
And so it's a smell deterrent for a,
Yep. And
Okay.
taste.
okay.
I make 11 different fragrances. It won't kill anybody, won't hurt anybody. If you go on the website, you go to the videos, you'll see me doing a taste test in 2007.
I'm gonna buy
Eh.
some tonight.
And it works for deterring,
That's what it is, a deterrent.
it deters rats from doing that chewing
Rats,
activity on
flies,
cars.
squirrels. In fact, you can't buy mace in New York City. So I sent a lot of this to New York City. I just sent 100 orders here in the last 3 weeks.
Right.
So I tell people, New York, if you order 2, then I give them some hot capsule. Makes Rataway hot and spicy. So you take you about a 4-ounce spray bottle and fill that up with hot Rataway when you're walking around New York or somebody gives you a hard time, then go right between the eyes. And that'll
Okay.
stop him like a cloth. You
Rataway.
cannot buy mace in New York State. City.
You have a lot of information. Thank you so
No, I
much.
just-
I know you did. No, that's great.
I sent
You
an
could have
email.
I
I
made
try
some,
to keep everything environmentally safe. If Rataway was poisonous, I'd already be dead.
well,
I'm
and
in it every day.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Anita Cram, then Star Child.
500. And right here, Ojai imports. That Bill Miley just bought them.
Well, if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for us. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so I support the banning of glue traps in Ojai. And the most important reason is that they do result in a cruel and prolonged death of rodents, other small mammals, birds, reptiles. And we are a community of conscientious people. This aligns with our values. It should be a no-brainer for us. But I'd also like to say that in addition, glue traps and other traps, by the way, capture primarily young rodents. And maybe you've heard the phrase breeds like rats and mice. So, they're really not doing the job, and you're doing a big job trying to manage traps. So I think you'd do a lot better if you sealed the entry points, caulk, screen. I had a neighbor one time that paid a pest company a lot to come out, close the garage door, no lights on, see where the light shined in, a little corner of the garage door, and put steel wool on. I mean, that's something anybody can do. And, the cars are a big problem right now. I like the old herbal tradition. Well, essential oils are one, mixed with water spray. Plenty of websites will tell you how. But I also like the old herbal tradition of strewing, where they actually threw herbs across the floor to prevent disease prevention. And with all this rain, my lavender, rosemary, oregano are doing really good. So I just gave them a trim and just threw it around places where I didn't want rodents to come in. The last option that people are doing with their cars is they leave the hoods open because the rodents won't come in. Some people are doing it all day long. I think just at night is enough probably. But also if you can move your car, securing your garage, if you park in a garage, is really important. But if you have to leave it parked out and you're in a place where you're getting a lot of rodent traffic, move it someplace else. Also, if it's in an open shed, or an open garage, which is part of the problem, and someone, has stuff piled in the corners and they're coming in, if you provide runways for them, which then they scent with their urine and their feces, and then it becomes a place they go, but they want little hidden spots like wood is piled here. So you have to eliminate all of those too. And in the long run, it's probably a lot less work to do the, excluding them, getting rid of the incentives, blocking the holes, than trying to manage traps. Even if they're snap traps or have-a-hearts, it's all gonna, it's better to use exclusion techniques and scents that they don't like. So anyway, it's a great thing to ban them. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Star Child?
Hi, I first encountered glue traps when I was maybe 19 years old. I was working at a summer camp in Minnesota, where I'm from, and saw a animal, well, it was a mouse in the glue trap with a lot of stool after it. And I thought that that's pretty inhumane. One thing I worry about this resolution is that people will try and find alternative traps. So they might use poisons, which of course can accumulate in the mouse and then be eaten by predators and bioaccumulate there, harming wildlife. It can also harm small children who might eat the poison. Those snap traps can snap on children's fingers. I worry a lot about that. And I've also seen mice, walking around with a snap trap on its tail. So that can't be that humane. Those live traps, I guess it all depends on what you do with the live mouse that you caught. I imagine if people release it in the wild, that's one thing, but I think that people might like drown it or something else. So I just kind of wonder, as bad as glue traps are, if we're just pushing people to options that are worse. So.
Thank you, Star Child. Any comments online, Mr. City Clerk?
No raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and move on to discussion, and I'll just put a motion on the table to introduce an ordinance prohibiting the use and sale of glue traps within the city of Ojai.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Well,
discussion?
Yes, my question is, I'm assuming this one, at the very, on page 3, you'll see that if adopted, it states that the ordinance shall become effective 1 year from the date of its passage, which will grant retailers of glue traps and licensed exterminators that use glue traps in their profession an amortization period to come into compliance with the ordinance. And my question for the city attorney is, do we have to do that? Is there some way? I would like to ban these immediately and just buy up the stock. Can we ban, what can we do about this part?
So we do not have to set the amortization period as a year. The default is always the 30 days after adoption. That's just the standard for an ordinance. You could pick somewhere in the middle on the amortization component of, rather than buying up the stock, buying and destroying it. Any licensed exterminator or retailers who have stock could sell that. Exterminator could use it somewhere else that's not Ojai. And the retailers, if they're in Ojai and they have alternative, they own more than one store, they could sell at the other store and thus monetize it. There's no need for the city to buy it. It doesn't become a stranded asset. If there's a retailer who only exists in Ojai and it does become a stranded asset, then they could presumably return it to their supplier. So we may be able to set it shorter than 1 year effective date. I believe that was drawn from West Hollywood, which set it at a year as the only other model. Perhaps a compromise would be a 3 or 6 months amortization period.
But legally, we can do 30 days.
Yeah, the minimum is 30 days.
Let's do 30 days because this has gone on too long. And I understand the concerns of Star Child. What a wonderful name that is. I didn't realize that when I moved to Taormina that it's right next to the field, the house, constant stream of mice. First thing I did was I ripped up the carpet at my own expense to put it in a wooden, renting a room. So it wasn't, that much, 1,000 and something. And then I had to I didn't want them living under my bed. So I got rid of the gap, put the double mattress on the floor. And there's been, and I've got 2 dogs, okay, but with those things and all food is sealed or not in my room. So the mice are in the rest of the house, you know, and we were very excited when we found live traps that worked. Oh my God, 15 mice. It was like every morning. And I'm not going to tell you what we did with them, but they're still living. They either got eaten by owls or other, you know, we didn't kill them.
Would you like to offer a friendly amendment?
The friendly amendment is 30 days after the ordinance goes into effect.
I'll second.
That's
I'll accept
as
that. We
tight as
accept.
we can make
Okay.
it.
Any other comments before roll call?
Yeah, I'll comment. I mean, West Hollywood is pretty progressive, aggressive, you know, so they're providing a year, I presume, is so that someone can sell their stock, like, so we should give some, you know, I'm gonna approve of this measure, but I think that we should give them at least 90 days the opportunity to sell off and potentially dispose of their stock.
No.
Okay, I
am crystal clear. I have studied this issue for so long. I've heard about hummingbirds getting stuck. It is so unbelievably cruel and barbaric that there's just no reason to continue selling them. And if there is a problem, if some individual store owner has a complaint, let's, you know, they can come and we'll deal with it.
I agree with Councilmember Francina. It's gone on too long. They need to go tonight. So, and I also want to thank Jacob Shaw from PETA for all your hard work and work. It's been just such a joy and a pleasure coordinating with you. So thank you. And thank you so much, Brian, for all the work that you do. So we have.
I'll just make one other comment in that, you know, when this issue first came up and I just heard banned glue traps, I was not very enthusiastic about this, but as I've, you know, potentially, you know, overreaching and, you know, beyond the things that we should be doing for the community. But as I've received information about what these traps do, I've changed my mind completely on I'm especially, you know, disturbed by the number of birds that are killed by glue traps. So it did kind of flip me around on this issue.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, the suffering needs to stop. So on that note, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Motion, Mayor Sticks. Second, Councilmember Lang to introduce the ordinance as recommended with the revision to have the ordinance take effect 30 days after passage, which will be brought back in the second reading to council. Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Francine.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Wu.
Yes. All right, motion passes. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Jacob. Okay. Well, we are moving to the closed session. No, okay. We have an announcement from the city attorney. I mean, a city manager or the city
Well,
attorney.
I will say on the closed session item, given the hour, staff recommends we continue that to another day. That'd be
Okay.
items 4 and 5.
Okay, all right. We will move on to council member reports. Anybody? I would just like to thank we had a great, what is the word? Event at the jail.
Recognition.
Recognition, thank you, of Harry Hunt Senior. It was really lovely. He was our last constable and the family was there. Big thank you to the commissioners Walker, McHatton, Bisaccia, Sims, and Chair Akins for organizing that, and also to the Ojai Valley Museum for hosting the reception. It was really a beautiful event. Anybody else? No, city manager's report? Okay, and future agenda items, we are, as far as I know, we're going to wait for our goal setting session to add things, right?
Just real quick, I'd just point to the working agenda document that we send out. Please take a look at that. We have a list of items waiting offshore. And if you want to add something to it, please send me an email individually and let me know. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you all for a productive and compassionate
I wanna
meeting.
Don't
Yeah.
end just yet.
Yeah.
I will meet with you every Monday to discuss future things, but I wanted to address what the woman she's just left, the deaf woman, Barbie. Can we, there are some things that she stated, it seems like staff could do without.
Just for
Yeah.
quick clarification, anytime there's something that you see us furiously writing over here, that's what we're doing.
Okay, like the no smoking. I didn't know.
We've already banned smoking in City Hall campus. Staff will assess.
Okay,
All right.
okay, thank you. Good.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We're adjourned.